Assalamualaikum Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi semua.
Selamat pagi. Kita tunggu beberapa sahabat lagi Prof untuk masuk.
Boleh. Belum pukul 10 lagi kan?
Belum lagi, dalam 5 minit lagi.
Belum lagi Prof. Sihat Prof?
Okey, Alhamdulillah. Khabar?
Alhamdulillah.
Dua minggu lepas kot saya ada program dengan UMT. So ini kembali semula ke
Kalau tak travel 2 kali lah ya ke Terengganu.
Yang ni kampus di mana ni?
Ini kampus di Gombadak.
Oh, okey. Tapi doesn't really matter lah kan, online.
Betul.
Saya ada share dalam chat box tu.
Okey.
Dan yang saya share tu satu adalah modul mengenai apa ni, micro credential yang saya gunakan ini sebagai training module untuk
Okey.
mereka yang nak membangunkan micro credential. So it's very comprehensive module. So saya hadiahkan kepada semua.
Terima kasih Prof.
Modul tu boleh digunakan sebagai panduan. Boleh orang kata untuk self learning module lah. Self learning module, kalau tengok tu pun dah boleh faham apa itu micro credential dan juga bagaimana cara untuk membangunkan micro credential. So that will be very useful. Kemudian saya juga sharekan resources ataupun bahan-bahan yang berkaitan dengan micro credential dalam kami punya website. Website kami CDAE. Di situ memang kita berkongsi semua bahan-bahan template, guideline, macam-macam lagi lah yang berkaitan dengan micro credential. So sangat-sangat berguna untuk jadikan rujukan untuk buat course mapping, untuk buat template untuk buat course mapping, guideline, macam-macam lah yang berkaitan dengan ni. So feel free to browse and to use. Sangat berguna untuk membantu bagi mereka yang nak membangunkan micro credential ataupun online course secara am.
Nampak quite comprehensive daripada getting started. Semua ada semua ni Prof?
Ya, dan itu modul yang orang kata modul yang hidup. Sebab saya akan sentiasa mengemas kini.
Micro credential di USM pun nampak very ni kan.
Ya, alhamdulillah. Apa ni nanti saya akan sharekan perkembangan yang berlaku. Ya, bermula dengan agak perlahan tapi sekarang ni nampaknya dah dia semua enculturation lah, pembudayaan tu kan.
Ya. Tapi Prof dah start micro credential ni bukannya tahun ini baru, maknanya dah 3 tahun kan, dah lama kan?
Mula bercakap tentang itu 2018.
Okey.
Tapi masa tu orang tak peduli sangat.
Masa tu belum ada pandemik.
Ada orang, saya pernah dengar orang kata, Prof Karim ni dulu sebut cakap pasal MOOC. Sekarang ni dah lain pula cerita dia. Sebenarnya tak lain, sama je.
Mungkin ada yang masih yang confused lah antara MOOC dengan micro credential. Mungkin nanti Prof pun boleh ada, ya.
Ya. Mudah je sebenarnya. Dia banyak persamaan daripada perbezaan. There are more common characteristics.
Dr. Azim, dah jam 10, mungkin kita dah boleh mula.
Saya mulakan ya. Okey. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yes. Segala pujian bagi Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala atas segala upah kurnia dan nikmat yang diberikan untuk kita berkumpul pada hari ini bagi mendengar dan menimba ilmu tentang konsep, kepentingan dan aplikasi micro credential yang akan disampaikan oleh Yang Berusaha Profesor Dr. Abdul Karim Alias dari Universiti Sains Malaysia Pulau Pinang. Ya, sebelum itu untuk pengetahuan semua ya, micro credential merupakan pensijilan pembelajaran berkonsepkan set khusus, modul atau unit yang lebih kecil yang dirancang untuk memberi pelajar pengetahuan, kemahiran, nilai dan kecekapan dalam bidang pengajian atau latihan yang lebih berfokus. Ya, micro credential juga merangkumi pelbagai bentuk pensijilan termasuk kelayakan, micromaster, sijil lencana atau badges, lesen dan juga sokongan. Baiklah, sebelum kita memulakan webinar pada pagi ini, saya sukacitanya mempersilakan Yang Berusaha Profesor Madya TS Dr. Syadah Noor Wan Samsudin selaku Pengarah Pusat Pengurusan Kecemerlangan dan Inovasi Akademik UNIZA untuk menyampaikan ucapan aluan. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Pertamanya, terima kasih kepada pengurusi majlis, kepada yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Abdul Karim Alias dari USM, barisan dekan, barisan sahabat-sahabat para pensyarah yang dihormati sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Pertamanya, kita bersyukurlah kehadrat ilahi kerana Profesor Dr. Abdul Karim sudi bersama dengan kita pada pagi ini untuk guide ataupun memberi taklimat yang khusus berkenaan dengan micro credential. Dan UNIZA kita memang belum lagi lah ke arah micro credential, dan harapan besar kami adalah untuk pastikan micro credential ini akan dimulakan selewat-lewatnya pada akhir tahun ini. Maknanya kita akan bergerak kepada arah itu, dan kami merasakan bahawa Profesor Dr. Abdul Karim is the right person yang akan guide us, dan kita akan lihat bagaimana pelaksanaan micro credential ini di USM. Jadi, without further ado, I give back this to MC, dan terima kasih sekali lagi kepada Prof.
Dr. Azim,
Ya.
mute tu, mikrofon tu.
Ya.
Minta maaf. Okey. Baiklah, terima kasih yang berbahagia Pengarah Pusat Pengurusan Kecemerlangan dan Inovasi Akademik UNIZA ya. Sebelum saya menyerahkan sesi ini kepada Yang Berusaha penceramah ya, izinkan saya berkongsi tentang latar belakang penceramah secara ringkas ya di dalam bahasa Inggeris. Baiklah, alright. Professor Dr. Abdul Karim Alias is a professor of food technology at the School of Industrial Technology, Universiti Sains Malaysia, USM, and current director of the Centre for Development of Academic Excellence. He has been teaching at USM for over 26 years since 1994. He was the recipient of the prestigious National Academic Award in 2008 for teaching from the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia. He has been recognized as the top 50 educators in Asia Pacific 2015 by Terrapin Asia and has been awarded with the Malaysia's Rising Star 2015 award. In highest research citation in agricultural sciences, food science and technology, Malaysia Research Star Award 2016, 2017 and 2018, and the world's most influential scientific minds by Clarivet Analytics. At national level, he is a master trainer for ACAPT and involved as a writer for Malaysia Education Blueprint 2015-2025. He led the development of Malaysia MOOC as a co-chairman of the National Technical Committee. Professor Abdul Karim is a strong advocate of leveraging the internet as an alternative medium for learning and teaching. He has developed and maintained several teaching portals, websites, online courses, blogs related to teaching, learning and research. As of October 9th, 2020, his teaching videos on YouTube channel have received 860,000+ views from over 190 countries with an estimated hours watch of 49,000 and a total of 4,900 subscribers. So Prof. Karim is not just a professor but also a YouTuber. Alright, okay, so without any further ado, saya mempersilakan penceramah kita, Profesor Dr. Abdul Karim Alias untuk meneruskan sesi webinar Micro Credential pada pagi ini. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan, Prof.
Terima kasih Dr. Wan Muhammad Azim Tu Azim
Ya,
dan
betul.
juga Prof. Madya TS Dr. Syadiah host pada pagi ini. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan selamat sejahtera pada semua sahabat-sahabat rakan-rakan akademik daripada Universiti Sultan Zainal Abidin Uniza in short. So terima kasih kepada pihak Uniza kerana sudi untuk menjemput saya bersama dengan rakan-rakan daripada Uniza pada pagi ini untuk berkongsi tentang tajuk yang berkaitan dengan micro credential. Okay. So terlebih dahulu mohon kalau boleh mohon kerjasama daripada semua yang hadir yang ada di dalam sesi WebEx kita pada pagi ini yang seramai berapa orang ni, kita ada lebih kurang 50 lebih. Sudilah kalau dapat memperkenalkan diri sebab saya nak tahu serba sedikit. Saya tak ada buat, biasa saya akan buat Google Form, tapi ini I just want to make it short and quick. So if you can introduce yourself in the chat box, especially what is your position now? Adakah you are HOD, dekan, timbalan dekan ataupun memegang sebarang kejawatan? Then what is your role and your interest, and what is your motivation being here this morning to listen about micro credential? Is it on your own will? Maknanya memang nak dengar dan belajar tentang sesuatu tentang micro credential, ataupun atas sebab-sebab yang lain, So boleh tak perkenalkan dalam chat box itu, Especially what I like to know, what is your interest, your motivation on micro credential ini, Right? So I'll just wait for 1 or 2 minutes to see, to read your response here. So saya nampak di situ Dr. Saiful Bahari. Dekan that's good, dekan. Ada sebab mengapa saya bertanya ini, Ada sebab mengapa saya bertanya latar belakang peserta dalam program ini. Saya nampak tadi ada beberapa nama yang saya suspect are not Malaysians. I just suspect lah. So maybe do you have international faculty here, Dr. Azim?
Yes, we have some of our academic staff international lecturer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe I will deliver this presentation in English so that they can understand. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Sure.
All right. I hope you all can understand lah my English. Okay, kita ada TD HEPA. So, can we do it very quickly? Anyone? If we can just quickly type in the chat box, who are you, what you're doing, what's your position now? This should be a very quick one. Yeah. Okay. So we have Faculty of Law, Dr. Zuhaira, Dean. So we have deans here. Okay. Okay. Penyelaras industry. More. This one can be done within 1 minute actually. Okay. Lecturer. Okay. Syarah baru. Okay. Baru pun tak apa. Tak ada masalah. So we have deans. School communication ya. Bahasa. Alright. Bahasa ni potensi besar ni. Untuk buat micro credential ni. Memang sangat-sangat berpotensi ya. Alright, head of department, lecturer in animal science. Okay, keep it coming. Right, there's a good reason why I'm asking this question. Yesterday, actually, I asked Dr. Azim, who are the participants, because it's very important for me to make it clear to everyone. There's always whatever we do. I believe personally, whatever we do, for example, now UNISA probably have intention to embark on micro credential. There must be a clear reason, a clear strategic intent. Why and the why behind it. So this sharing this morning, I hope. Well, I can speak actually for the whole morning on micro credential, covering the whole aspect from the what, the why, and the how. There's no point talking about the how to do micro credential if we don't understand and clear of the why first. Then we need to understand of the what. So I know there's still confusion of when we talk about online course, online program, online learning, online education. I'm sure you all know very well about MOOC. But I believe even until now, to be honest, even in USM, there are still, some academics do not understand what is MOOC, have not done MOOC, have not created any MOOC, have not joined any MOOC. That's the situation also in USM. Out of 2,000 staff that we have, 2,000 academic staff that we have. Let alone now, we are talking about micro credential. And among those who are doing MOOC, or know a little bit about MOOC, very vague, just know, but not really doing it, not really creating MOOC, but just they have heard about it. So when they, when they heard about MOOC, micro credential now, they get confused. What is MOOC? What is micro credential? So that is a situation now. So can you imagine that if you want to move forward now and embark on micro credential, and yet people are still get confused, even with MOOC and what is MOOC and what is micro credential, then I don't think we can go far. So that's the reason why for any institution to embark on micro credential or even MOOC or any new initiative, it must, the top management, the very top management, and the top one, the second layer, the TNCs, and the third layer, the HODs, dekan, and then another layer, timbalan dekan, pengarah, and so on. They themselves first must understand very clearly about micro credential. But what I'm seeing in many universities, some are good, many universities, they just, okay, invite Prof. Karim to share about micro-credential, but they are not there. They are not there. They just, leave it to the staff to learn about micro-credential, or maybe the deans and the deputy deans. Sometimes even the deans are not there, but maybe just deputy deans. The dean maybe get instruction from the vice chancellor to attend, but the dean say, okay, and they delegate, they ask the Timbala Dekan, because for them, many of them, these are just another thing that they need to have on their plate. And there are so many other things on the plate, and this is just another additional thing. And okay, so just you dengar lah, you belajar lah tentang micro-credential ni, and see what we can do. If, sorry, I have to start with this, because if we adopt that kind of mentality, then we might as well don't do it. Because it is not something yang orang kata apa, kita nak buat just melepaskan batuk di tangga saja, or just do it because other people are doing it, other universities are doing it, everyone is talking about it. So I want to be very honest and very, very kind of direct here, so that we can really get something out of this session. But okay, of course, today we have deans and deputy deans. That's probably we can start with that. But again, I think even the very top, because for your information, if you want to embark on micro-credential, it has to be driven by the institution. It has to be, in USM, it is a top-down. And can you imagine, even with the top-down, and the VC, the Vice Chancellor, through our Jawatankuasa micro-credential, I will share what our kind of, how do we drive this micro-credential program in USM, our model, which may not be the ideal one, but basically, I think it works. So we have a committee for micro-credential, specific committee, a small committee only the core people, and it is chaired by the Vice Chancellor. And the Vice Chancellor give full support. And when I say full support, it's not only lip service. It's not only say support, but not giving the monetary support and infrastructure support and so on. This is support in a real sense. And even with that full support, initially it was moving very slow. We started in 2019, end of 2019 with previous VC, Dato' Asma, who was also very instrumental in pushing this micro-credential. But again, it didn't actually move very fast, because the last mile was not connected there. But when the new VC came, and he came with one of the agenda in his mind is micro-credential, because he knows USM already started doing micro-credential and he knows who is the person. So the first week he called me. No, actually he didn't call me. He came to see me in the first week of his, when he joined USM as a Vice Chancellor. He was so respectful. He didn't call me to his office. He came to my office. And he said, Prof, I know you are doing micro-credential, and this is one of my agenda during these 3 years, and I want to make it really happen. So tell me what's, so far what's the progress, and give me your plan, and I will make sure to make it happen. So let's have do you have a Jawatankuasa? No. So let's have a Jawatankuasa, and these are the members. I don't want to make the Jawatankuasa very big, because we don't want talk, but no action. I want action, talk very little. And that is basically what he said to me. And this is the first week of his tenureship as a Vice Chancellor. And even with that, when we started at the end of 2019, it was in December 2019, then spill over to 2020, the first quarter, and suddenly we have the PKP, the first PKP on the 18th March. We just about to go through the, to speed up, but suddenly we have the MCO and so on. So there's a setback. But I still have to push. So in 2020, we did get a few, micro credential done, but we did not roll out yet. And it continued until 2021. Can you imagine that? From 2019 December, the whole of 2020, and only in 2021, we just roll out the first batch, 7 module for professional development, nursing module in July recently. So that's the kind of journey that we have undertaken with the full support as a top-down project for the university. So can you imagine if there is no top-down kind of push, there is not much commitment from the deans and so on, and even the dean don't understand what's micro-credential and how they can leverage micro-credential, is not going to happen. So let me give you that broad picture first so that you understand. Okay, so with that, I think I have said what I think need to be said. So I will give all the slides today because I think I'm not going to go through all the. I have about 100 plus slides. I don't want to bore you with the slides, so I'm giving you a lot of things today. Already in the chat box, I've shared a few modules. One of it is actually a comprehensive module for micro-credential developers. With that, I think that's good enough to get started. But in the future, if you really want to guide the staff, maybe I can help to carry out, a few workshop, hands-on workshop. It has to be a series of workshop to guide the staff to convert their program from the face-to-face program into micro-credential program. Especially for if you are working on accredited academic program, that is where a lot of work need to be done. If you are working for micro-credential for professional development program, non-academic, non-accredited program, that is much easier. In fact, you can start with that. So I know I get stuck on. You might be wondering why am I moving the slide or not? No, I was still in the first slide just now. So I hope by the end of the session, we will short break for minutes at 11 or 5 minutes. But before that, maybe these are the few things I want to cover to establish a clear strategic intent and roadmaps before embarking into micro-credential development. Usually I will start with this one first, but I will put it to the end. Because I think this group, Dr. Azim said, maybe, I want to explain, I need to explain first what is micro-credential and so on. So I will start with that. And then towards the end, this is where the management need to listen, because you need to have a clear strategic intent and roadmaps before even, thinking, doing micro-credential. Your intention must be very clear. What is it that you want out of this micro-credential program? It's not simply following the herd, the people. Yeah. Then conceptualize the design process of creating a micro-credential. So basically, just the conceptualize. Yeah. Understand the concept. Then the real how-to is actually the design, the structure of the whole program appropriate for micro-credential delivery. I'm not going to dive in too much into this because that is the operational part, the nitty-gritty part. And this is where we need, a series of workshops, starting with course mapping, everything, especially for accredited academic program, is more tedious. It's more tedious. But if you are working on non-accredited academic program, that is probably less tedious, faster, easier relatively. So if I do this as a full workshop, So basically, the part take a lot of time is this part, modularization, course mapping, and stackable credential. And so today I'm going to explain just a concept, strategic intent and the big picture. Usually I will start with this one, but today I will do it later. Example of micro-credential program. That is the first thing maybe. Maybe I want you to experience example of micro-credential program or micro-credential module, rather, and experiencing and deciphering the structure of an online module. So if you are not into online or you have not developed any online course, don't worry, there's always a starting point. So always we start with zero sometimes, and you know, a few months down the road, you become a hero. Okay, so this is what we want. It's a journey from zero to hero. So let's start off with having experience what would be what would be like to be a learner, online student, and how the online module looks like. Okay, so I want you to do this now and try to do it on, if you are using laptop now, so you just go to the link shown on the screen, and this is actually a short module. The title is Make Your Own Strawberry Jam. I created this my own module that I created as a demo, and I want you to go through it. Okay, just browse through it, and at the same time, I want you to also look at this module on your phone. So I hope you can cooperate with me. Because I want you to experience it, how the module looks like on the laptop screen and on the phone. The reason is, actually, even now, I ask my students, how do they learn their online course? I think 90% use their phone. Therefore, when we develop any online program, any online course or online module, we must always design for the small screen. So that's the design aspect that we must keep in mind. Okay, so that's the reason why I want you to view the module on the phone so that you get some idea. I will jump to this to
Prof, dia request
go to
password, Prof.
view.
Dia request password.
Dia boleh try yang 1, 2, 3, 4 ni, Doktor?
Password is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, terima kasih.
1, 2, 3, 4. Dua orang. Oh, lambat lah. Okay, password. So I'm looking at the module on my laptop screen. Yeah, but I hope you can also look at on your phone. This phone very nice. Yeah, it looks very nice also. So basically, this is a small skill-based module. So I'm going to mention later on different types of micro-credential. It could be skill-based, it could be knowledge-based, of skill and knowledge. But this one is basically knowledge skill-based, meaning that after the student completed this course, the learning outcome is they can make their own strawberry jam. So the assessment would be, they have to make the strawberry jam and submit that, and you know, and then only they can get, then only that they will get the digital badge or some form of recognition in the form of digital certificate or digital badge. So as you can see here, this is a free micro lesson. Micro lesson. That is where the micro credential concept comes in. Yeah, it is based on micro. One lesson is standalone. In this case, standalone means if I take this module, I can learn one particular skill, which is making strawberry jam. Okay, and very short. This module is very short, but hour, 4 hours, sometimes 10 hours. But within that course, you can break it down into small lesson. Okay. Then when I start this course, this is how it looks like on the laptop, but on the phone, it will adjust to the phone screen, or on the tablet, iPad, or any tablet. It will adjust nicely to the size of the screen. So I have on the left-hand side here, this is the content, the lesson. Then I have some information, description. Yeah. So the lesson will be completed in less than 10 minutes. In fact, actually much less. But the practical part to prepare the strawberry maybe take longer. So as you can, the design here is very simple, not crowded with a lot of text and so on, because on the text, everything is actually hidden. So when you click only, you click collapse, you click expand. So this is how it looks like, a short description about the lesson. Then don't forget description about the author, then some acknowledgement if necessary. Okay, so that's all. Now the real content of the lesson is here. Let's make the jam. This is a very simple module as a demo. I will show you another module which is slightly more kind of more features. So in this case, it is just a step-by-step procedure explaining how to cook, how to prepare the strawberry jam. Okay, so as you can see here, lesson 2 of 3. Then step 1 of 9, prepare this. Then I have a video.
Hey guys, and welcome back to Food Time Cracker Jacks. Today, I'm going to show you how to make this.
And this video usually should be very short, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, or 10 minutes the most. In this case, it's only 1 minute. And then below the video, there is some kind of transcript or text. So we give a choice to the student. Those who want to watch the video, they can watch the video. Those who want to read the step or the procedure, they can read the text, or they can do both. So this is one aspect of design. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Namala. This is one aspect of design that, because for online course, it's very important, not only about content and assessment, but the design aspect, because we want to capture the attention of the student, because otherwise they would not, they will get bored very fast. So go to the next step. As you can see here, step 2 of 9. It's another video, another description, and I just go through very quickly. Okay, and lesson 2 completed, and the student have option to start again. Then the next step is knowledge check. I can click from here on the left, or I can click at the bottom here. Lesson 3, knowledge check. Just a simple quiz as an assessment. What's the function of lemon juice in jam making? To give flavor, to do this, to do that. So this is a multiple choice. So in this case, 1, 2, A, B, C here is the wrong answer. The correct answer is here. But whether the student choose the correct, incorrect, or correct answers, the student will get the feedback. So submit. Okay. Then in this case, correct. But there's a feedback why the answer is correct or not. So there is another form of learning and giving feedback to the students for them to learn. Okay. And the second question here, jam will not set properly if sugar is not added in sufficient amount. Okay. The answer is true, but let's say we choose false here. Then submit. Incorrect. But even incorrect, the student will get some feedback and click next. And there's a results, 50% in this case. that's the quick demo for you to experience what would it be like when we design our content. Can you imagine if you're working on if you are developing your 14 weeks 1 semester course, 3 credit hours or 2 credit hours or 4 credit hours, and you break it up, you chunk it into small unit or small segment, and each segment will is standalone, but the learning outcome for that particular segment or module or micro module, we call it, is aligned with the bigger learning outcome for the whole course, the CLO. Okay, so there is one example. I want to give you a second example. So I'll close this one. Second example, this one. I will copy the link and put it in the chat box. So can you please click this and again have look at it. Look at this module on your laptop as well as on your phone. Okay, both, because we want to experience what the students would experience when they take the online course. This one is slightly more kind of bigger compared to the previous module, and this one is actually more of knowledge based. Just now, the first module, the strawberry jam, just now is skill based. So now I'm showing you the example of knowledge based, meaning that in this module, the student will learn more of facts, fakta, yeah, concept, principles, process. So it's basically just like you are teaching student with the PowerPoint in the class. But this one can be done asynchronously. You can design it because a lot of online program, MOOC or even micro-credential is designed mainly, at least 80% of it is asynchronous. Therefore, the design aspect is all very important so that the students would really go through the content on their own, but at the same time, you want to design the elements of engagement there. Yeah, the elements of engagement. So in this one, for the case enzyme, so there's a short description of the module, and these are the content. As you can see, there are more content here, but always each module must also come with assessment, some form of assessment. It could be simple one, it could be a more elaborate one. The assessment can be in the form of mini project that the students have to do to show that they have achieved whatever skill or knowledge that you have set out in the learning outcome. So this is why micro-credential is also as competency-based. They demonstrate that they have achieved the competency. So let's start. I can start from here or I can start from here. What you will learn, okay, and go in and when we online course, that's a key for us to learn new skill. But it's to us demonstrate that we are all creative, and it's a great opportunity for us to be creative, you know, and present your course in such a way that it will capture the attention of the students, although you are not there, because this is asynchronous. So there's a learning outcome there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Then that's it for this page. Then I go to the next page. Chemistry of bread baking. Okay. And again, remember this particular module is content here. And design is the way that the students go through the content on their own. you are or invite the student down instruction, if open you probably have referred or books published by Open University. Although they are books, but actually they are instructional modules sebenarnya. And they call it self-instructional module. There are certain features of self-instructional module because the student work on their own without the guidance of the teacher on their side. Therefore, so these are some of the elements of self-instructional module. Actually, when we design our online course or online module, in this case, my credential module, we must use the structure.
Prof, line Prof.
Here, video.
Azim,
So they go to the video and also activities that the student will do. Yeah, sorry.
Tadi line Prof tak berapa stable. Your voice is a bit breaking, tapi sekarang okey dah. Sekarang dah okey.
Breaking dah okey
Yes, sekarang dah better.
Okay. So basically, just now I mentioned about self-instructional module. Kalau dalam ODL, Open Distance Learning, dia ada sediakan the student with self-instructional module. There are certain characteristics of self-instructional module, and when we design our online module, we can actually use the concept of self-instructional module and the features of self-instructional module to design. So as you can see here, there's a video in the one form of content is video, another form of here.
Tak dengar, Prof. Orang lain macam mana ya?
Sama-sama. Tak dengar juga.
Hilang terus suara.
Okay. Maybe I need to move to the next room lah. Let me pause. Okay. Take a break now.
Azim, maklum ke Azim?
Saya dah WhatsApp dia. Saya dah WhatsApp, Prof.
Okay.
Okay, Prof.
I think I'm having problem with my internet connection. I will move to the next room, but I think this is a good time. Maybe we can take a short break here.
Okay, yeah, why not? Okay, Prof. Tak apa, take your time, Prof.
Okay, let's come back 10.50, boleh?
Okay, boleh.
Boleh ya? So we come back and continue at 10.50. But meanwhile, please explore the module. Yeah. Okay. So I will stop now and come back at 10.50.
Okay, Prof,
I have to move to the next room lah. Nampak internet dalam bilik ini not so good.
So kita take 5 kejap, ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sambil-sambil boleh sembang-sembang ke, Azim?
Boleh, Prof.
Okey, saya nak tanya untuk MC ni, dia ada kredit tak biasanya? Dan kalau dia ada kredit, dia boleh kredit transfer tak?
Tak salah saya, dia tiada kredit, Prof.
Dia tak ada kredit, tapi dia ada sertifikat.
Ya, dia ada sertifikat. Cuma dia boleh extract daripada small courses. Alamak, Prof. Okay. Small module daripada satu kursus tu and make it as a module lah, tapi yang dari segi kredit tu saya mungkin kena tunggu Prof Karim lah kot.
Saya baca yang guideline daripada MQA ni, dia kata ada kredit subject to consideration to any HEP lah.
Betul tu Prof. Dia sekarang ni ke arah itulah. ke arah ke transfer kredit. Mungkin nanti
Meaning that dia ada kredit lah kan.
dia from small courses tu nanti dia boleh jadi dia build
Mungkin
up
dia
into
dia
credit.
tidak diberi kredit tapi mungkin because of MC ni dia lebih kepada nano degree kan, dia maknanya sertifikat, so dia tidak diberi kredit, cumanya mungkin sertifikat itu akan diberi transfer kredit. Kemungkinan dia tidak ada kredit kan.
Dia build up tu dia boleh jadi kredit nanti. Maknanya dia boleh jadi sebahagian daripada kita punya courses lah.
Tapi dia biasanya MC ni dia offer tahap menang ke atas kan? Tu macam mana? Saya
Tak semestinya, tak semestinya.
tak semestinya lah.
Kita tunggu Prof Karim mungkin yang tu lagi detail nantilah Prof Zah.
Sebab bila saya baca ni dia kata mungkin credit transfer for MOOC, untuk MOOC, bukan untuk kaedah biasa kot. Sebab MC ni dia adalah MOOC kan, dia bukan konvensional kan. Dia online kan, dia ODI lah kan.
Dia online. Dia
Okay. Ini my proper apa ni office. Boleh dengar satu apa ni Azim?
Boleh Prof.
Prof
Boleh.
clear.
So
Boleh.
kali ni lebih smooth kot.
Yes.
Ya.
Bilik tu dia lemah sikit dia punya ni. Dia punya internet. Okay, ya tadi saya dengar ada soalan tentang kredit ya.
Ya, betul.
I will come to that.
Okay.
Don't worry I will come to that part. Jawapannya tadi tu ada, kredit ada. Ya.
Prof, okay.
Ya, jawapannya memang ada. Dan dia berbeza. MOOC pun ada credit transfer, tapi MOOC punya credit transfer dia dalam kategori yang lain. MOOC, credit transfer through MOOC, dia maksimum, dia masih gunakan that 30% maximum credit transfer. Tapi kalau micro credential, kita boleh buat sampai 100% credit transfer atau 70%. Kalau kita tengok micro-credential guideline, saya harap ni boleh download lah daripada NQA, ya. Fahamkan micro-credential guideline tersebut. Kita boleh buat credit transfer, dia ada 3 model kat situ, ya. So, model yang biasa adalah yang 30% tu. Di situ termasuklah MOOC, credit transfer dan sebagainya kalau student ambil MOOC. Dan dia perlu melalui proses FLC. Dan juga MOOC credit transfer, ikut MOOC credit transfer punya guideline. Tapi kalau micro-credential, kalau yang menawarkan micro-credential program itu datang daripada satu universiti, then we can get 100% credit transfer. Dan satu lagi adalah di mana student ambil daripada beberapa buah micro-credential module daripada beberapa buah universiti dalam satu konsortium. Ada konsep model konsortium, ya. Yang itu boleh up to 70%. Okay. Tapi we will come to that. Let's do it slowly. So that that is already part yang dah but before we come to that, kita nak faham dulu daripada basic dulu, ya. So now what I'm doing now, kita dah start balik ya 10:50. Okay. What I'm doing now is just to give you some experience how the module looks like, how it feels, yeah, from the student side. That's what I'm trying to do now. So I'm looking at a second example of the module. So this is what I designed for my own course. This is actually a real module, yeah, by the way. Yang tadi tu, yang the first one tak real, iaitu untuk demo. But this one is the real module, the content. So you can see we have text, we have video, okay, and we have some form of assessment, simple assessment here, and I can control kalau if the student haven't done the activity, they cannot move forward. Yeah, so you can set it. Depends on the application and the platform that you are using. You can have a different kind of control. Yeah. Then is another page here, but in this case the content. This is the content of the module. Yeah, we are talking about content. The content can be the video. In this case, this is an interactive graphic here. A lot of information here, but the information is hidden. So that make the design more neat, clean, okay, interesting for this type of student, our generation. They probably like this kind of design, and this should look very nice in the phone. That's why I want you to also look at it in the phone. And so on. I can go on to the next lesson. Next, then finally, knowledge check. Then further reading. Okay. So that's basically just to give you some idea of how the module looks like for the online, yeah, for the online micro-credential program. What? Yeah, I'm looking for page just now. Right, amen. Window. It's okay. I'll come back to that. Somehow. Okay. This is our micro-credential platform, USM, yeah, USM micro-credential platform. You can have a look. I'll give the link in the chat box now so that you can also have a look on our platform. And these are the current module that we have. Currently, we have 360 module being developed, and we have rolled out 7 module for CPD for nurses. So this is non-academic program. This is what we call non-credit bearing. So for micro-credential, you can develop program based on accredited academic program that is credit bearing, but you can also develop for a non-academic program is for upskilling and reskilling, for professional development program or for lifelong learning program. And this is what we call non-credit bearing. So to answer the question just now from the question about sama ada micro-credential ada credit ataupun tidak, dia bergantung. Yeah, you can have a credit bearing or you can have non-credit bearing. Credit bearing from usually micro-credential program developed from accredited academic program. So those will be credit bearing. Non-credit bearing are those non-academic program. Micro-credential from non-academic program, usually we develop for professional development, for CPD, continuous professional development program, and for lifelong learning program, lifelong learners. So for example here, CPD for nurses, our nursing group in Kelantan developed this for KKM nurses, yeah, nurses under KKM and also private nurses, private hospital, so that they can use this to fulfill their CPD point, because they have to take CPD every year before they can continue to practice. So our target group here is 100,000 nurses under KKM. And as you can see, we have launched 7 courses. Each one, the price is about 50 ringgit. And micro-credential is actually, the intention is for profit. For profit. That's the big difference with MOOC. MOOC is not for profit. MOOC should be forever free, because we use MOOC to support the SDG 4, Sustainable Development Goal 4, to widen access to education, quality education. So MOOC is to support our SDG 4 agenda. That's why USM is still very active and very aggressive doing MOOC. So we are doing both now. MOOC to support SDG 4, but this one cannot generate money for because we need to be financially we want to achieve financial sustainability, kelestarian keuangan dalam keadaan sekarang ni. So we have to generate income, because in USM RU Research University, 0 OPEX, 0 operational budget now. Can you imagine that? We are using our own money to survive. And now even emolument also being slashed. Emolument also being slashed. Non-RU maybe not affected, but RU is affected. Yeah. So I know all this because I'm in the board of governance of USM. So we need to generate our income. So that's why micro-credential is for profit. MOOC is for non-profit to support our SDG 4 agenda, and also globalized online learning, ship number 9 in blueprint. So CPD for nurses, we aim for 100,000 nurses, and we have 7 modules. Each module is 50 ringgit. So can you imagine this one? They put free here, but actually it should be 50 ringgit with the CPD point. So hopefully we can we generate income from this, inshallah. And we just launched this in July, and alhamdulillah, so far is very, very good in terms of takers. Another example of CPD program just launched recently by our School of Pharmaceutical Science, together with this, actually collaboratively. Our partner is Malaysian Pharmacist Society, MPS. So they have launched 3 courses, and it's already running now. And this one, CPD for nurses, this has been endorsed by Institute Jururawat Malaysia, IJM, which means that now with that endorsement, the nurses, KKM nurses can take our module for their CPD, but of course they have to pay. So that is where the main reason for micro-credential program actually, as far as VSM is concerned, is for income generation. Income generation. Yeah, that's the main thing.
Prof.
Yeah.
Okay. Can MC be included in SDG 4 as well, quality education?
You can
Okay.
you can claim that micro-credential is also to support SDG 4.
Yeah.
But ideally, you don't want people to pay just like MOOC. But you can say that your micro-credential program is designed to make it affordable. It's not free, but it's affordable. And because the nature of micro-credential, we break it up into smaller module. So each module now, we can put a price which is affordable for people to buy or to purchase that module. That's one of the big difference between micro-credential program dengan full let's say for degree 4-year program. Or for
that one is
masters,
macro, right? We call it
that
macro.
one is macro-credential, because once you enroll in the program, the 4-year program, 120 credit hours, you have to pay for the 4 years.
Okay.
And every semester you have to pay like, I don't know, 2,000, about 2,000 kan? Kalau our student or international student, they have to pay full fee. So, and yeah, I'm going to talk. I'm going to say more about that. So this is example of our nursing punya module tadi. This one is like I think really very good, and sambutan very good. 50 ringgit for this module. And this one just launched only a few weeks. Both are this one in collaboration endorsed by Institute Jururawat Malaysia, IJM. This one is working together with the partnership is MPS, Malaysian Pharmacists Society. And this is my own module, 50 ringgit. As you can see here, 2 hours duration, 2 hours learning time plus 2 hours project. So the assessment here is actually this is actually skill based. This one is knowledge based. This one is also knowledge based. This one is skill based. Okay, and it's very specific. The student will learn how to create teaching module or training module. That is the product, the outcome. And using what? Using Google Site. So they will learn for 2 hours. Then after that, they will submit an assessment. The assessment will be they have to create a teaching module or training module using Google Site. So they will submit, and I will evaluate. If they fulfill the standard, they will get a digital badge. That is competency based, because they have shown they are competent. They know how to create the teaching module using Google Site. So I hope you get the idea. Yeah, it can be skill based, or it can be knowledge based. So after 1 hour only, I want to talk about what is micro-credential. So the what, yeah. Then after that, the why. Then we will talk about credit transfer, all those things. So now I want you to understand and give you the big picture. Yeah, the big picture first. So first, let's start with looking at our current system. I call it traditional credentialing system. Our degree, bachelor degree, 4 years. Masters, 1.5 years or 2 years, 40 credit hours. About 40 credit hours. If we have diploma, maybe 90 credit hours or executive diploma kind of program. So whatever it is, let's say our bachelor degree program, 120 credit on average. Student will enroll in the program, and they will have to go through the 4 years and stay in the system for 4 years. And every semester, they will follow the structure, let's say 6 courses or 5 courses, maybe plus some elective. They have to take the courses within what is being offered for that particular semester. And they have to pay 2,000 ringgit for that particular semester. And this will carry on semester by semester for 8 semesters until they have completed 120 credit hours. Only then they will get a degree. And this degree is what we call a degree is a form of credential. Credential is a recognition of learning. That's what credential is. So now, by getting a degree, meaning that we recognize that the student have completed 120 credit hours with all the assessment and so on, and we assume that they have achieved the program, the educational program, the program educational outcome. We assume lah, okay? So they get a degree. They get 120 credit hours. So a traditional degree is a form of macro credential. That's the prevailing system. But what if the students go through the system and let's say on the 4th year, on the 7th semester, the student quit, or on the 7th semester. So meaning that, let's say the student have collected 100 credit. Would the student get a degree? No. He or she gets nothing, zero. And the person cannot claim that he has a degree because he has collected 100 credit hours and then quit not halfway, but almost, just another semester to go. And this happens from time to time. So meaning that this kind of system is all or nothing. All mean if you completed everything, you get degree, you get a macro credential. But if you quit halfway, although you have learned something, actually, you have got some knowledge, some skill, but there's no way you can produce the evidence because the university would not award the student with a degree. So this is what we call the prevailing system, and it is what we call a formal education setting that we have now. Formal learning, degree, what we call micro-credential, and a credential in the form of a degree, bachelor or master's degree. Okay, but in our degree program now, our academic program now, we do not capture another big segment out there, people who are working, and these are people that probably somehow could not make it into the formal education. So because every year when people apply to UPU, it's only about 30% on average can manage to get into the formal education. The rest will go to private universities or will work. So these working people, working adults, they still interested to get a formal qualification. They still have ambition to get a degree. So how do we provide opportunities for them? Yes, we have pengajian jarak jauh, ODL, open and distance learning. But open and distance learning is still rigid. It's still time-based. 4 years, 5 years, still time-based. Still have to follow the semester structure. The idea of micro-credential, actually, one of the key features is to make it flexible. We can deliver our program in a very flexible manner to cater for this group yang bekerja dan sebagainya, so they can continue to work, but they can take our micro-credential program through so-called, informal learning, non-formal learning, and they can still get some form of credential from each of the module that they have completed. So this is where the digital batch comes in. For every module, just now, like Google site, prepare, how to create teaching module using Google site, how to prepare strawberry jam, and learn about enzyme in bakery application. Every time the student completed the module, they will get a digital badge as an evidence of competency. Okay, so that's the concept of micro-credential. And the idea is we want to bridge the micro-credential program. We want to provide opportunities for those working adults and people working that they have intention to get a full degree. So now we form a bridge between this formal education and non-formal education. And this is possible now because we have the instrument like FLA for admission. They might not have the minimum qualification that normally for UPU entry, but they have SPM or STPM, but they have been working for some time. So they can still follow and take a degree program or master's program, and they can get admitted through FLA. So FLA is for the admission, to allow those people with less than minimum qualification to get entry into the formal qualification. And for credit transfer, so this is where FLC comes in. This is where the credit, if the person take the micro-credential program from our accredited program, so this credit-bearing type of micro-credential, they can now easily transfer the credit through FLC, and it could be up to 100% or between 70% to 100%. But if they take MOOC and so on, they can also get credit transfer, but through FLC also, but maximum 30%. That's the main thing that we need to understand here. Okay, so our so-called current system, the prevailing system, the macro credential, the 4-year degree program or 1-year master's program, these are what we call full-fledged program, comprehensive program, and it is time-based. And the curriculum, we call it just-in-case curriculum, because the curriculum is rigid. The curriculum is not dynamic. You know, we only do curriculum revision every 3 or 5 years, but things changing very fast nowadays. But we have to wait until a few years only we can design or review the curriculum. And when we design the curriculum, we put in all the courses thinking that the student will use, just in case when they graduate, when they work, they will use whatever they learn in the degree program in the workplace. But it turned out that only about 20% on average what they learn in the whole degree apply in the workplace. So that's why our curriculum now, some people say just in case curriculum. We put in everything thinking just in case they will need it later on. So that's why people in the industry say that our curriculum is not relevant. Many of our curriculum are not relevant because we are not designing, to make it dynamic. Fluid, the concept of fluid curriculum, dynamic curriculum. We cannot do it in the current traditional system, but micro-credential will allow that to happen. So our current program is rigid or time-based. 4 years means 4 years, not 1 day less, not 1 credit less. So it's all or nothing. Yeah. And this is what we call micro-credential. And compare this with micro-credential. Micro-credential is meant to make the program, we can offer the program in a very flexible manner. Learning on demand, meaning that if the person is working, I can take the module anytime when I have time, when I have the money to pay. So at their own pace, so make it very flexible for them. Yeah, through learning on demand concept. Competency based, because they have to show they have they have achieved certain competency before they get the digital badge or the digital certificate. So this is what we call micro credential. So I hope at this point you already, you are quite clear already why we are talking about micro credential now and what's the difference between this and the normal program. At this point, do you have any question before? There's more that I want to say about this. Maybe a bit later. Just let me put it in one slide here. This is the current program, traditional time-based degree program, full-fledged comprehensive, just-in-case curriculum, time-based curriculum, rigid structure, and we call it micro-credential. Don't worry, I will give you the link to download all the slides, so you will have all this information to study, to read later, okay? So you don't have to take the picture or capture the screen. Yeah? I will give you the whole presentation. And this is what micro-credential is about. It's modular, flexible learning pathway, learning on demand, competency-based, and this is what micro-credential is. Modular, modules are the building blocks of the micro-credential. So if you are working on accredited program, 120 credit hours, 4 years, so we have to unbundle, we have to unpack the whole program, and I will show you briefly the concept of unbundling into a modular unit. So just like, engine, yeah? The engine, yeah? Our car engine actually is modular. You can you have a different component. So if one component breaks down, you can just replace that component. You don't have to overhaul the whole engine. The same concept. So a 14-week course, a 14-week course can be divided into several standalone segments, each between 1 to 4 hours, or sometimes can be longer. Each module can have several bite-sized lessons. Just now, example that I show you. This makes learning more manageable and the price more affordable. So if you calculate the price of per unit, per credit, how much would it be? Of course, the student pays subsidized price. Yeah? So let's say 1 credit hours is 100 ringgit, example. 1 credit hour, 100 ringgit. So when you break it down into modular unit, so, and it's offered as a standalone module, standalone course, you can actually break down the price also. That will make it manageable, affordable for the student to buy, rather than pay for the one whole course, 1,000 ringgit, for example. But now the student can take 10 modules to complete the whole course. So each module would cost around 50 ringgit. So that's, make it flexible in terms of the cost. Flexible learning pathway. Learners have a choice to take on these several modules from a bundle of modules that make up a complete course. Alternatively, they can take all the modules to get, say, a full certificate. This flexibility allows learners to set their own learning pathway. In other words, learners have total control and take full responsibility of their own learning. Learning on demand, flexibility of micro-credential allows learners to learn just in time, just enough, and just for me. Make it very personalized. People can arrange a schedule for their personal or professional development according to their convenience and scale up the learning when needed. For busy working people, being able to schedule the learning is a boon. Then competency-based and, okay. So these are basically this slide is quite busy, a lot of text there, but I think this will give you a lot of information and hopefully more understanding of the ciri-ciri of micro-credential. And who are the target groups? Who are the target groups? When we develop micro-credential program, be clear that it is not meant for our campus-based students, full-time program. It's not meant for them. Micro-credential is designed for those, remember, people out there currently working in various industry and so on. So there are 4 groups. When we design micro-credential program, this is for the so-called non-traditional students. Who are the non-traditional students? These are the people that are not in the formal education, taking the full-time program. They are working people. They could be also, lifelong learners. So these are the first one is school leavers pursuing formal qualification. Sorry, ada saya dengar ada suara tadi, ada orang nak tanya ke? Tak ada ya? Okay, the first group is school leavers pursuing formal qualification. These are the school leavers who did not have the opportunity to gain access to the formal higher education after high school or SPM. So MC, micro-credential, can help nudge them onto the formal qualification pathway, such as a diploma or a degree. Ataupun people require upskilling. Working people who are keen and highly motivated to equip themselves with new knowledge and skill through upskilling program. People require upskilling. This can be people with a degree, already have a degree. Let's say computer engineer. First degree, computer science. But because of their new things, artificial intelligence, data analytics, business analytics, big data, and so on, which they did not learn in the first degree because these are the new things. So they want to upskill so that they can become more competent and they can be updated. And it's good to add value to their job, their skill. So these are the upskilling. People who want to upskill. So this is a professional development, continuous professional development. And they might have a degree. So they are probably not interested to take the whole package leading to a full qualification. But they might only take only certain module or certain micro certificate that we offer as part of the bigger qualification program. Okay. And the other one is people require reskilling. Let's say these people has been retrenched. Banyak berlaku waktu pandemic ni. Retrenched macam Panasonic contohnya. And now these people, they already got some skill, tapi the skill is specific for the industry. Now they get a new job in another industry and they need to learn new skill. So this is what reskilling is about. So they can take the micro-credential program. And of course, number 2 and 3 is for professional development. And number 4 here is for lifelong learners. This can be anyone, including the housewife and so on. And this one can be, how to bake a nice chocolate cake. How to prepare a nice strawberry jam. This is for lifelong learners. So with that, I think when you want to embark on your micro-credential program, this has to be very clear. Who are your target group? People from school of bahasa contohnya. Who are your target group? Okay, you want to develop non-credit bearing program. Maknanya untuk yang ni lah, ini non-credit bearing. Or it could be also you offer micro-credential from the academic program, so that is credit bearing. For non-credit bearing, for professional development, you can offer English language for professional or things like that lah. Yeah, you have to think who are your target group, what kind of skill you want to provide. Okay, so at this point, I want to jump to this. I want to show you. I don't know what happened just now. I have all the windows open. I lost it. So I want to take you to MMU, micro-credential. I'll give you the link in the chat so that you can also view it on your computer. So I've given the link. So, okay, you can see here, micro-credential, flexible, learning on demand, competency-based, bite-sized, personalized, digital, credential, and stackable. And they are very good because they move very fast. Yeah, I conduct a workshop for them last year, I think, and so now they have offered their micro-credential program, and this one is from accredited academic program. So this example is very good example and will give you a lot of much clearer idea how to approach micro-credential. So they offer an online MBA through micro-credential. So the final outcome would be MBA awarded. So this is the learning pathway. So if I'm someone working now, I'm interested to take the MBA, so I can see this is the learning pathway that I have to take to earn the MBA through micro-credential mode and through a credit transfer, and I have to complete 4 subjects altogether, 4 courses, okay? And now what they do, they break up the 4 subjects, they unbundle the 4 subjects or unpack the 4 subjects into a series of what we call micro certificate, different packages. Okay, from these 4 courses, they break it up into 8 so-called micro certificate or certificates, which is the name as you see here. And because this is accredited program, they must comply with everything, including the learning outcome, the student learning time, everything. So each one of these certificate, the outcome would be aligned to the whole outcome of this MBA program. And each certificate here is standalone. What does it mean, standalone? Meaning that if there are 2 groups of students who will take this program, one group of students are those who really want to take the final qualification, which is MBA. So for this group of students, they know they must take all the 8 certificates and completed all the modules under each certificate. But flexible, meaning that they can take, any of the certificate at any time they like. They can pay, for example, for marketing management certificate, there are 3 modules there. So they can take 1 module and they have the time, pay for it, pay only for this module. They don't pay for the whole certificate yet. They only pay for that particular module. So it's flexible. So then they will do it. So they will end up after some time with 7 certificates with what? 22 modules. Is it correct? Yeah. 22 modules, 22 digital badges, 8 digital certificate. Sorry, not 25, 26. 8 digital certificate, 26 digital badges. Then finally they can stack up. So that's a stackable credential concept. Stack it up and get the full degree. That is for the first group of students. So this is where the credit transfer akan berlaku. But in this case, 100% credit transfer, because all the certificates all the modules have been aligned to the program outcome. The second group of students, they are interested maybe for upskilling or for personal development. They probably only interested to take only 1 certificate, strategic management. So they only take 3 modules and then get 1 certificate on strategic management, only for upskilling. So it's good for their CV, good for their, to learn new things. Another group of students, they are not even interested to take the full certificate. They probably will take any of the modules here just for self-interest, just to learn a specific skill. So they only take 1 or 2 of the modules, not even the full certificate. That is how the flexibility of micro-credential is. Okay, so at this point, let me check. I can see a few questions here. So, okay, from Dr. Farah Diana, does this mean that there is no time limit to complete this MBA? They can finish the course at their own pace. Yes, it could mean, but it's probably not indefinite. It depends on the course provided, on the program provider. Those who, in this case, MMU, they probably, because the philosophy of micro-credential, we want to make it as flexible as possible. But maybe for the purpose of managing the program, probably we want to give flexibility, but maybe there would be a recommended time to complete, to complete the program. But it could be indefinite. So how do we manage? So one way to manage this, for example, if the student has intention to take the full degree, the full MBA in this case, we can tell them, okay, for 1 year, if you want to sit for the exam, so that there must be maybe one final exam here for each of the certificate here. So you can give just like MUET, just like how we do MUET. There are like 4 exam in a year. So student can, so that's the flexibility. There's not only one exam in 1 year, maybe 2 exam or 2 or 3 or 4 exam. So the student can choose. If they cannot make it in let's say January, they can go for the next one in April for the exam, or they can go to the next one in June or August and so on. So so it could be indefinite, but it could be a certain time period, because if you allow them to be, there's no time limit, maybe the content would be obsolete. There'll be a new module and so on. Yeah. So it depends on the cost on the program provider, how long you think is feasible or reasonable to complete the whole program, especially for those students who want to take the final qualification. Okay. Prof. Zuhaira, has USM any experience of using MC program to cater requests for certain industry agency? How was it run? Good questions. We just approved one program, and this could be unique and could be a showcase or example for micro-credential program between university and a university. University and industry. So we have approved a bachelor program, 4-year bachelor program, in the format of micro-credential, and working together. This program is actually designed for one big industry, food industry in Malaysia. If I mention this, everyone probably have eaten the products. We are waiting to sign the MOA because the industry is insisting to sign the MOA physically. So we are waiting until the situation allow that. So we are now designing the program, and probably the student will start to take whatever module is already, but we have not yet announced it officially because we are waiting for the MOA program. So basically, this program, 4-year degree program, we have unbundled, just like what you see on the screen now. The structure is like that. Yeah, we have unbundled the program so that the staff that is working in the industry, they are working full time. Okay, so they can take our program at their own time and so on, and slowly accumulate the digital badges and so on until they have completed the whole thing, the whole package. Then they can do the credit transfer and get the full degree. So it's going to happen, and we have already kind of formalized the program. There is only one example so far from USM. At the same time, we are working on several masters program. Yeah. But the success story is not yet, because we are just about to start. Yeah. So these are long-term kind of things. Okay. Who decide the fee? Soalan daripada Dr. Anwar. There will be, and where will the money go? Thank you. Who will decide the fee? Of course, the program owner will decide the fee, and it has to be approved by the university. In USM, we have Jawatan Kuasa Keuangan, JTK. So the program owner will decide the fee. Okay, that's why you have to look at what is cost per credit hour. And the program that I mentioned just now with the industry, the bachelor degree program, we will offer it as full cost. Full cost. What does it mean, full cost? It's not subsidized cost. So you will be offering this at full cost, meaning that instead of one credit, sekarang ni is subsidized kan, 90% subsidized. So we will charge 100% full cost. Okay, but don't ask me what is the price. So that is not within my effort. So we leave it to the program owner. Okay, Dr. Wan Anwar, are you okay with that answer? Where will the money go? The money will go. This is interesting at this point because it's already sebelah 36. Where will the money go? The money will go to the university. In our case, we are doing this with our Sains, our commercial arm. Will go to the university, and 30% of the revenue will go to the course developer. 30%. The more the people buy the module, the more they will get. So we want to give incentive, huge incentive for the course developer. Because it's not easy to develop micro-credential. 40% will go to the PTJ. Again, we will give big incentive for the PTJ. Although sometimes they are not doing much, but we still give a full 40%, and the rest go to USM. Okay. Is there any compliance issue? Of course, that's why when we want to offer micro-credential program, a lot of the tedious work though is when we do the course mapping, because we want to make sure that we'll comply with the accreditation requirement. Okay, the student learning time, the program learning outcome, and so on. As long as it is comply with everything, then it's okay. That's what MQA just, they only want to make sure that the compliance are there. Okay, and there's a guideline already for micro-credential, so we have to follow the guideline. As long as you are following all the guidelines, then they should be okay. And if you offer micro-credential program from the existing academic program, you don't have to get a new accreditation from MQA, no. You just need your program to be approved by the Senate, and then you have to notify MQA. So everything is explained in the guideline. So you just study the guideline, and there is a simple format where you do the notification to MQA plus some documentation to show, the compliance. How do you do the cost mapping, everything? So those you need to be submitted to MQA. It's not a full cycle of accreditation punya process, ya. Tapi kena approve dalam Senate, because that part need to be done. Okay, any more questions here? Okay, okay. Ada lagi. Oh no, okay. So if you have any question, you can ask before I proceed. I want to go through very fast now, because I think mostly the essence, the intipati about micro-credential, I think I've shown them, because I don't want to go through all the slide, because I'm going to give you the slide. You can study the slide, and plus the module which I've shared just now, the micro-credential module. Because my intention today is more for you to ask this question and I can answer. So if not, then I can just continue very fast. So basically, micro-credential on this slide, busy slide here, or this slide basically, you can do micro-credential. There are two types. Yeah, one is for on the right side, you develop micro-credential based on the accredited program. For this type of program, you can offer a formal qualification at the end. So it will lead to formal degree, formal diploma, formal masters, and so on, except PhD. The guideline now only up to master's program. Okay, but at the same time, when you develop your micro-credential based on the accredited program, the way you design it, the way you unbundle it, macam MMU tadi, just like the MMU, 8 certificates, 8 packages, each one is standalone. So that people who are not interested to take the full package for formal qualification that lead to formal qualification, they can take any of the module or any of the certificate as a standalone. So my advice is, when you do the unpacking and unbundling of the whole program, always keep in mind that this one will be standalone so that I can cater for different groups. So this is what on the left here. Okay, and this is where actually the standalone one, this is where actually can generate a lot of income now. For your information, HRDF, yeah, under Ministry of Human Resource. Now they call it HRD Corp. They have rebrand HRD Corp. And you know what HRDF is? They provide trainings program for people working, because company has to pay the levy to the HRDF kan. So over the years, HRDF has, there are millions and millions of ringgit have been spent on training through HRDF program, but they realize that it doesn't translate much into real competency and translate into real productivity. They have study done by Institute of Productivity dan sebagainya. It's not translated into productivity. Why? So it shows that the training program is not effective. People just go take the program for certificate of attendance and so on, and that's it. So now they want to introduce next year, they want to introduce micro-credential program through their platform called e-Latih. I don't know, maybe how many of you are familiar with HRD Corp punya e-Latih? Do you know about e-Latih? Yes or no? Can you put yes in the chat box or no if you are not familiar with e-Latih? No, e-Latih. So yes or no, please. Very quick one in the chat box. If a lot of no, then I want to say more so that I want to give you the opportunity. No, no, no. Yes, yes. No. Seorang yes, Dr. Suhaili. Dr. Suhaili, no. Dr. Yes tadi. Dr. Faiz. Dr. Faiz. You know about e-Latih, eh? Dr. Faiz? Can you unmute your microphone?
Yeah, Prof. I'm aware about it, but not complete.
So you have taken some courses on e-Latih?
Just aware about it, but not complete.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So for your information, e-Latih now is open to everyone. So you just Google HRD Corp e-Latih, register as a student, because now you can find hundreds of courses from these courses are very good. Some are good, some are not so good. But they take the course from overseas providers. I don't know how many millions they pay. This year they orang buka free untuk semua. Starting next year, early next year, they will start to offer premium program to everyone, people working and so on, open to everyone. Premium program means people have to pay. And starting this now, they open HRD Corp open to universities to offer their so-called micro-credential program or micro-credential module on e-Latih. provided you pass the there will be a screening and guideline. And I'm also involved in helping HRD Corp to come up with a micro-credential guideline. So I know, so I'm sharing this information with you because the huge opportunity there for you to put your program not only on your own platform, but also on Elate, because they will have more than probably 1 million users on the Elate. Lama loading mungkin ramai orang tengok kot. So they are now moving their platform for next year on different platform. So this is a really opportunity that maybe many of you do not know. If you really want to generate income from your micro credential, they have 25 areas, 25 areas. You just study go to my HRD Corp and see what are the areas and so on, and develop the program in that area, put it, submit to HRD Corp. If you want to know more, I can give you the contact person and so on. Then you can generate income from there. Okay. So if you offer your program, you can offer program that lead to formal qualification. You can also offer it as a standalone micro-credential program. You can also develop micro-credential program that is not based on your academic program. So meaning that I'm sure Uniza ada banyak buat short course, bengkel-bengkel semua ni kan, tapi face to face. So you can start from there. But now you convert that into micro-credential. Okay. So I think this slide explains a lot of things about the credit transfer, the question of credit transfer. So you on the right, you can get 100% completion credit transfer. On the middle here, 70%, and on the left here, 30%. If you want to understand more, please download that guideline micro-credential from MQA website. So dia ada lebih banyak lagi penerangan di situ. Or you can listen to my micro-credential video on my YouTube channel or on our CDA, because I have more detailed explanation there. Okay. So moving forward, this is what's going to happen, I think, in our institution for USM, especially in 2021. Now we have the normal program, conventional program, but the same program, accredited program, you can develop and offer as micro-credential program. And from that micro-credential program, you can package them in such a way that you can offer as a series of certificate program. But all these are actually, the learning outcome is already mapped to the program outcome. And you can unbundle them and you can offer it as a standalone credit bearing or non-credit bearing program. Credit bearing is for those interested to take the full qualification. Non-credit bearing is for the lifelong learners and for those who just want to take it just for their own professional learning or personal learning. I hope this is clear. And this USM platform, MMU, and this is an example that I showed you just now. And overseas, especially in US, they already offer program, they call it micro bachelors, trademark already. Can you imagine micro bachelors from a bachelor, full bachelor, 4 years, they break it up into 4 micro bachelors. Each one is standalone. But when put together, it can complete as one full bachelor. So now as a student, someone working, I have a degree, maybe I have a degree, maybe I don't have a degree. So I have a degree in food technology, but I'm interested to take micro bachelors in psychology. I can do that. Or I don't have a degree, but I want to get a degree in Bachelor of Management. But there are 4 micro bachelors. If I take all these 4 micro bachelors, I can stack them together. So this is what we call stackable credential. And I can get a full bachelor. But I can do it now in a very flexible manner. That is what micro-credential flexibility is about. can see. Okay, so I will just I have explained this a little bit just now. So I just cost mapping. I don't want to go very detailed on this one. This one is more on the operational. How we do the map, how we do the unbundling. So I have a I have a video on my channel. I would suggest you, to all of you, to go and subscribe to my channel. You go to YouTube, you find my name, Abdul Karim Alias, okay, and subscribe to my channel. You can find a lot of videos. You just search for micro credential in my channel. You will get all the video related to micro credential. You will get all the video related to micro credential. Yeah, all this. So for example, I have a 17 minutes video here on how to unbundle the micro credential. So I leave you with this video, or watch this 17 minutes, you will get the idea. Yeah, because I cannot cover everything very fast. I mean, in these 2 hours. So I just skip this part. All these things is explained in that video. Yeah. Student learning time. How do you estimate the student learning time? If you have 10 minutes video, if you have learning activities, all these are given there. And also I give you in the chat box just now the resources on CDAE My Center website. So you can also look at all those resources. How big is the module? How small is the module? What are the ciri-ciri the module? All this explained in all this. This is my own. And the concept of stacking, the concept of stacking the module into a certificate, stacking the certificate into a degree. All these are explained. I have a lot of. I need another 2 hours actually to go through. This is a stacking concept. For example, our bachelor just now, bachelor degree. So this is the end here. We can break it up like the MMU example just now. Remember? So they break up into 8. In this case, in this example, I can break up into 5. The 5 certificate here. Okay, this is an example of how the whole program is breaking up. For example, here on the right here is the whole program. They break up into 3 main certificate, and each certificate is break up into modules. So this is a real example. So I'm giving this to give you some ideas how you can design the program. So for the management, I just want to skip. Yep, this is what I want to say for the management. If you want to embark on micro-credential, start with the end in mind. Your strategic intent or the big picture is very, very important. You need to have a proper roadmap. What you want to achieve from micro-credential program in the next 5 years, for example. You need to have a blueprint, strategic planning or blueprint. Blueprint means blueprint when you change the dean, when you change the VC, it's still there. If the blueprint, let's say until 2025, for micro-credential, these are our blueprint. Regardless who are the vice chancellor, who are the dean, you must follow through until you complete the whole what you have planned in that blueprint. Yeah. But in Malaysia, it doesn't happen that way. As you can see, blueprint of higher education 2015-2025. Very sad, because I was also involved in writing shift number 9 to globalize online learning with my arwah friend. But when bila YB Idris Yusof gone, new menteri, another new menteri, they are not following through what's in the blueprint. That's very sad. Yeah. So you must have a clear roadmap. What program you want to start with? Program apa nak start dulu ni kalau we are talking about accredited program. Untuk start dengan micro credential, Don't try to do so many. You have to identify only maybe 1 or 2, or each faculty maybe 1 program, because it is big, huge undertaking, you know. Target group, remember the 4 group I mentioned? Who are they? So your target group must be very clear. Macam nursing tadi, very clear. The target group are nurses untuk CPD. The pharmacists, the target group are the pharmacists to get for their CPD. Partnership, like our nurses tadi dengan Institute Jururawat Malaysia, our pharmacists dengan Malaysian Pharmacy Society. Dia kena ada partner. Ideally, if you want to do your micro-credential, mesti ada partner. UNIZA, for example, you know, maybe you want to do something on apa ni, let's say halal program. So your partner maybe dengan JAKIM, contoh. Barulah benda tu boleh, you know, jalan dengan lebih mudah. And readiness of the university, of the institution, readiness of the management to support, readiness of the people who want to develop the program. All this must be made very, very clear. Start with this one first. If you are not clear what is your strategic intent, then I would say might as well not doing it. Yeah. What is your value proposition, your USP, your unique selling point? You know, what is a compelling value? When you develop your micro-credential program, your target group, you know, they can see, wow, this really great value. I don't mind paying 100 ringgit per module, per 2 hours module, because the value is there. Okay, can give them new skill and so on. So to identify the program, there's an impact and the effort that you need to consider. I would advise start with the professional development program or personal development program or upskilling, reskilling, because this one is smaller, shorter, less tedious. You don't have to worry about compliance to MQA and so on. Next, for academic program, maybe you want to start with the master's program because it's smaller, more manageable. Undergraduate program, this is more challenging, more tedious, but start with 1 or 2 first, you know. And this is what we do in USM. Finally, this is the critical success factor. We have the driver, the advocator is the vice chancellor, and we have jawatan kuasa here to formulate basically the policy and so on. So whatever that we decide in this jawatan kuasa have to be implemented. Okay. Then CDAE is my center. This is where I come in. I'm the workhorse. This is basically my KPI. This is what I've been doing for many years, a few years already. My time is fully occupied now with micro-credential and MOOC at the same time. We are still doing MOOC. People, we have to train people. We have to get the right people to do micro-credential, committed people. But we give them handsome incentive. Business model. So this is where the profit sharing I mentioned just now, yeah, and funding and marketing. So you need a platform for micro-credential. We are using open learning. You need to train a technical team. Yeah, coordinator must be a very committed coordinator. So the success story that we have from nursing group, because they have a very dedicated coordinator. Training, yeah, you must train our staff. This is a workflow that we have in USM. You can download this from the website, CDE website, which I've given the link in the chat box. So ada 4 fasa, perancangan modul, pembangunan modul, jaminan quality, and then finally. So these are example of the resources that we provide for our course developers, and I have shared some of this with you all. I give free out here to be. Finally, 5 key points to take away. Be clear of your strategic intent. Establish a clear roadmap. Be mindful of the critical success factors. Collaborate, yeah, don't be greedy. And bundle creatively and grab the low-hanging fruits. Grab the low-hanging fruits here. What I mean is, you want to look around and who are your target group that you think would, when you offer the micro-credential program for them, they really want to have your program for them, yeah. Now everyone is trying to do, micro-credential. So everyone is looking for partners and so on. So if you are slow, then every of the potential partners have been grabbed by other people. So this all is a matter of siapa cepat, dia dapat. Yeah, that's the low-hanging fruit that you need to grab very fast now. So with that, stay hungry, stay foolish, and promise stay strong. And that is the one slide that you want to take a picture, because here there's a link. Yeah, there's a link where you can download all the slides that I have shared, and many of it I have just run through very fast. But I hope at this point you have got clearer ideas and understanding of what micro-credential in a nutshell and how you can be part of it, and what are the reasons you are clear of the why, the big why you want to embark on micro-credential. But learning from experience, again, I want to reiterate the point that this require huge commitment at all levels. Huge commitment at all levels, starting from the top management, that they must be very clear what is it they want to achieve from micro-credential program, and then trickle down to the HOD, decan, timbalan decan level. If the deans are not clear of what they want to achieve and they don't give proper support, good, strong support, and incentive as well, then it would not happen. Yeah, it would not happen. So with that, thank you very much. I passed over the session to Dr. Azim, and I think now feel free to ask any questions. Don't worry so much on the operational part. Don't worry so much on the operational part. That if, probably we can do a proper, longer workshop. The how-to, because in this 2-hour session, I don't focus so much on the how to do the unpack the curriculum, how do we calculate the student learning time, how do we, those to me, I'm not worried, I don't want to worry about that at this point, if you are new. Because if you are start to worry about all this so-called nitty-gritty operational thing, then you get overwhelmed, and then you will never get started. What's most important, I hope we can achieve in this session is the conceptual understanding of micro-credential and how you can be part of it and how you can leverage it. All right, so feel free to ask any question. You can unmute the microphone. Yeah, boleh ya, Dr. Azim?
Boleh. Thank you so much, Prof. Karim, for great insights about micro-credential. So I open the floor for the members to ask any questions. I think we reserve around 10 minutes for Q&A. So saya buka ruang ni untuk sahabat untuk menanyakan apa sahaja soalan berkaitan dengan micro-credential, dan mungkin ada antara sahabat yang sedang dalam perancangan ataupun mungkin sudah mula membuat rangka kerja micro-credential di fakulti, mungkin boleh tanya kepada Prof bagaimana to carry out the project. Okay, silakan, kita ada 10 minit untuk Q&A. Okay, anyone boleh?
Tak ada orang tanya, saya tanyalah Dr. Azim.
Saya pun nak panggil Prof tadi sebenarnya. Sila Prof.
Okay, Prof Karim. Based on your explanation, I think it's easier for us to unpack the accredited program rather than to develop a new MC, what we call it, certificate. Is it true, Prof?
Okay. Sebentar ya. Saya ambil peluang tadi tu sementara Dr. Azim cakap tadi tu, saya apa ni? Minum sekejap.
And the second one, if we design a new MC for any whatever nano degree digital certificate, is it we have to get the accreditation from MQA as well, right, Prof?
Okey. Terima kasih Prof Aziza.
Yes,
Prof
saya.
Aziza, background bidang apa ya?
Saya polymer technology.
Oh, polymer. Ada polymer teknologi ya di Uniza
We offer this October, inshallah.
So, offer this October.
Yeah.
Tu banyak peluang tu untuk collaborate dengan industri di Pantai Timur.
Yeah.
Okey, begini. Soalan yang pertama tadi tu, it is easier to develop new micro-credential program daripada existing program. Itu kan soalan tadi?
Yeah, easier to unpack the existing program rather than to develop a new one.
Yes. That is a clear yes punya jawapan lah. Yeah. Because you already have the program 120 credit. Katakan we are talking about bachelor program lah kan?
Yeah.
Bachelor program. So what you can do from there is to do the unpacking or unbundling tadi tu supaya dia menjadi structure yang macam contoh MMU tadi tu.
Yeah, 5 module or 4 module.
Yes. Cuma di situlah cabaran dia. The huge, the tedious part tu. How do you unpack? Katakan ada berapa kursus 50 courses katakanlah 50 courses in the whole 4-year program 120 credit hours tu into kita panggil thematic tema. Theme. Into a thematic packages. Then from each one pula kita pecahkan lagi to the to the module level. Keeping in mind that sampai to the smallest unit, the smallest module, the learning outcome is always aligned dengan the course outcome and the program outcome. So that is the course mapping part. Don't worry about that. Yang itu memang, there's a lot of time need to be spent on that. Kalau if we come to that, you can invite maybe our people here from those yang tadi I mentioned dia orang dah buat untuk degree program tu dengan industri tu. So they have come up with some form of approach. So boleh share experience, mungkin boleh jemput dia orang nantilah kalau nak buat bila dah sampai tahap unpacking tu lah. So it's easier from the current program rather than you start a new program because that will take longer, much longer. Okay. Then I would also advise look at your master's program dulu because that is smaller. Yeah, that is smaller and faster to develop. Or even faster, look at your non-academic program, short courses, workshops, maybe executive program, certificate program yang selama ini kita buat face-to-face. And now you can offer the second version of that in the form of online micro credential. So let's say one day short course, 1 day short course face-to-face usually 6 jam. So student kena bayar, peserta kena bayar RM500 untuk attend the course. Then they have to come to the place, to Uniza, for example, or to the hotel, whatever. The cost of travelling the cost of accommodation, makan minum. So in the end, 500 yuran, another 500 traveling and so on, 1,000 ringgit cost. They have to stay one full day, complete the course. Now, micro-credential make it more flexible. You can break up the module, the course into, let's say, 3 or 4 module. Each module maybe 1 hour or 2 hours. And you can get even more students from all over Malaysia or even outside Malaysia who can take that module, let's say 4 modules, put them together. They can get one full certificate, but flexible. So you can start the micro-credential program almost immediately sebenarnya. Besok pun dah boleh dah. Start dulu dengan the non-academic program ni dulu. So that you learn, orang kata learn the rope dulu. Then baru go for more, academic program punya kind of thing. Okay ke Prof Aziza?
Yeah.
Soalan yang kedua tadi saya jawab ke?
Yang kedua, okay. So we need the accreditation from MQA for digital or nano degree for.
No, the accreditation tu is already, your program is already accredited.
No, I mean if we design a new MC. Okay.
Oh, a new MC, of course, it has to go through the normal accreditation process lah. It doesn't really matter sama ada micro-credential or non-micro-credential program. The normal process tu, for the accreditation is exactly the same.
Okay.
Cuma sebelum ini, institusi yang menawarkan micro-credential, they must have ODL.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But now MQA dah bagi kind of, I don't know dia permanent or not, but temporary. Kan I'm sure pihak apa ni dekan-dekan semua tahu kan. Kan maknanya semua program boleh buat ODL sekarang ni. So you can use that while they are allowing you, unless kalau memang Uniza ada ODL status. I don't know.
Setakat ni belum ada kan data Azim? No? Ada tak? Rasanya ada tak?
So saya cadangkan kalau tak ada dan you have intention to do micro-credential, why not another group, mungkin quality group ke, whoever yang bertanggungjawab di sana, also apply for the ODL status. Because with ODL status, you can do ODL as well as micro-credential.
Okay.
Tapi untuk masa ni pun saya rasa boleh juga nak buat kot sebab MQA dah bagi a kind of blanket permission untuk semua program buat ODL sewaktu pandemik ni. But I don't know whether itu kekal or not. I'm not very sure whether that yang dia bagi tu that apa tu is permanent or not. Tapi to be on the safe side, if you want to embark on micro-credential in the long term, then if you are not ODL status, then maybe you want to apply for the ODL punya status. So you just see what is in the COPA, ODL COPA tu. And I think it's not that difficult now because of the pandemic, most universities now are capable of conducting online. Itu one of the requirement lah. Of course, they nak tengok infrastructure, you punya LMS apa semua. Tapi I have great confidence that you can pass the process very fast.
So Prof, before
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
Before kita nak execute the micro-credential, we need to make sure the ODL status with MQA first lah.
I think you boleh buat serentak lah.
Okay, alright.
Boleh buat serentak. Now, dah ada blanket permission tu. So, maknanya dah boleh lah buat. Cuma, nak kena clarify dengan MQA how long that permission, ODL, kebenaran untuk menjalankan program ODL tu dibenarkan, adakah hanya itu yang saya pun kurang pasti yang itu. Apa yang pasti adalah Kalau dulu sebelum pandemik ni kan, kalau you nak offer micro credential, you kena ada ODL status. Sebab itu menunjukkan capacity. You ada capacity, you ada readiness. Readiness ni dalam semua aspek lah. The ability to for the lecturers to conduct online. You have the infrastructure, you have all the platform, everything. Yeah. Ada soalan Dr. Wan Anwar. How to start now, Prof? Do we need to wait for management or university to set up for us? Good questions. So that's why I punya cadangan tadi, I repeat a few times kan. Kena dekan kena, of course you can start your own initiative. Tapi when people are doing their own thing, dalam kita punya own, orang kata apa, silo tu lah. So you won't be able to achieve a very impactful outcome from this micro credential. Sebab masing-masing buat macam apa, masing-masing lah. So what we need is a concerted effort. Concerted effort meaning that it has to come from the university, the institution. This is where the strategic intent tadi tu, the strategic planning tadi tu. So you must approach micro credential strategically. In fact, MOOC pun, masa kita mula-mula dulu buat MOOC, kita buat sebab kita nak buat MOOC, orang buat MOOC. But later on I realised that kita kena ada strategic direction. Kemana kita nak pergi ni dengan MOOC kita ni? The same thing as micro credential. So kalau kita nak bergerak, kita kena bergerak bersekali. We need to, move as a unit, the whole UNISA, mobilize everyone, and we agree on these are our strategic direction. So destination is very clear. The mission is very clear. So now up to the PTJ, up to the deans now to mobilize their people. As long as everyone is moving towards the same strategic direction, then only you will see the impact as an institution. Yeah, very important though. Very, very important. I hope you all can bring this message to the top management. Top management tak boleh just leave it to the middle management to do this. No, it's not going to happen impactfully.
Prof, can I have a quick question?
Sure, Dr. Syariah, ya, silakan.
So regarding yang maybe daripada pengalaman USM lah. So yang MOOC dulu tu, maknanya you all dah move to micro credential. So no more MOOC, macam mana?
No,
I agree. The top management perlu terlibat dalam hal ni, dan as for us, our TNCA memang nak kita move forward lah with micro credential. So I'm sure we will have their support. Cumanya macam tu lah Prof, bila kita nak kick off ni, kita macam USM lah, dulu kita kick off dengan MOOC, kita sukar untuk kita bergerak sendiri lah. So itulah kita punya ni challenge.
In USM, we still champion MOOC, we still advocating MOOC, because as I mentioned earlier, MOOC, in fact, we are doing MOOC even more aggressive now. So we have initiative to encourage people through, kita buat MOOC challenge. So this year kita buat MOOC challenge, last year kita buat, this year kita buat. So this year we get about 80 peserta buat MOOC. So hopefully by October ni, deadline dia, we will get 80 new MOOCs in addition to 50 plus that we have now. So it's growing and getting better and better. So MOOC is to serve the SDG agenda. So we want, because USM is Apex University, with the tagline is higher education for sustainable tomorrow. So we support all the 17 SDG, and of course SDG number 4 is about quality education, inclusive education. So how do we support that? Through kita punya MOOC. Salah satunya. Micro Credential is for profit. MOOC is for free. So what our approach in USM is like this. We identify first those people who have been doing MOOC, who have experience doing MOOC, so they know how to create online course. These are the people that kita jadi the first pool of people yang kita nak minta dia apa ni, kita minta dia orang buat micro credential because they have the experience already. Okay, so we just show them or guide them how to unpack the curriculum and so on, or some of them actually do CPD program instead of academic program. Then for those who have no experience with MOOC and let alone micro credential, we encourage them to start with MOOC. Why? Because MOOC is not very rigid. You are not worried about student learning time apa semua tu. Okay, they are very loose, very open walaupun kita ada guideline. So the reason why we want them to start with MOOC, we want them to dapat experience dulu. We want them to experience, we want them to go through the learning curve slowly, until they feel comfortable. Then only they will go to the next stage, doing micro credential. We give them the option. But sometimes we also have people, they have no experience doing MOOC, but they said, I want to do micro credential. Terus, it's okay. We also guide them. So the structure that we have in USM, because our center cannot do it alone. So what we have is the structure. For every PTJ, we appoint one, dipanggil penyelaras MC, penyelaras micro credential. And this penyelaras is not just anyone. We ask the dekan to identify someone yang ada pengalaman buat online course, someone yang very committed, someone yang boleh membantu kami punya CDAE untuk move the micro credential program at their school. So we give them proper training, we give them proper appointment from Vice Chancellor, we give them full support, we give training, a lot of training, and they are the one who will form a link between CDAE, my center, and the PTJ. And this worked well so far, worked very well so far, provided you get the right people. Getting the right people is, I cannot emphasize lah, memang sangat penting. Bukan sekadar lantik-lantik. We tell dekan, please give us someone yang dan you kena recognize dia punya ni dalam SKT, LPP, whatever, sebab ini memerlukan suatu pengorbanan masa yang sangat banyak, komitmen yang sangat tinggi. So that's the structure. Alhamdulillah, so far I think very effective and work very well. Of course, out of 26 PTJ tu, well, adalah 2-3 yang kurang sedikit dia punya komitmen tu. Tapi bila dia tengok PTJ yang lain bergerak laju, then dia pun akan ikut sekali lah. Macam tu. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Okay, so the top management kena involve because they have to decide in terms of how do they, what kind of support they can provide, what kind of incentive. I think human being is human being. Some of the people will ask, what's in it for us? So don't get upset when people, I used to get upset when people ask me these questions. What's in it for me, for us? How does it account? How do we university look at this for promotion, for LPP? I used to get upset to get this kind of question, yeah, and really, make me tired lah answering that kind of questions. Tapi when I think about it again, and I try to empathize, then I realize these are mostly young people. At my stage now, maybe I don't really care about all this incentive, recognition, and so on, because I'm at the so-called vantage point kan. Then I lupa sikit lah pasal empathy tu. Then I realize, oh yes, okay, they need to take care dia orang punya ni kan, because nak buat benda ni banyak masa, mengorbankan masa. It will affect my time in terms of publication dan sebagainya. So I talk to our vice chancellor and our committee that kata, you must understand that this will take a big chunk of their time to do micro-credential. So we need to incentivize them. So VC kata, okay, propose. So I give the proposal. I was the one who actually proposed for the incentive, but I give actually a very kind of small number, small percentage. I thought it's good enough because we go for volume. So when I presented in the committee, VC kata, kecilnya. You kata benda ni makan masa and so on. So tak boleh, dia kata kita kena bagi banyak kat dia orang, biar dia orang tak bercakap apa lah, biar dia seronok buat benda tu kan, because the monetary incentive is big. So dia kata okay, kita bagi 30%. 30%, dia kata wah, ini jadi jutawan dia pun ni kalau betul-betul apa kan. and true enough, as what we can see with the nursing punya module sekarang is really doing very well. And these people will really can really become a millionaire, no? Because we are talking about millions here. For example, just to give you some idea, our 7 module nursing that we have launched recently, each module is 50 ringgit. Just take one module, 50 ringgit. If 100,000 nurses take this, multiply by 50 ringgit, and 30% will go to the course developer. That's one module. We have 7, and we are going to develop 18 module. And the nurses have to take this module because they have to fulfill the CPD. They have no choice. So we already have a sure target market already. Dah capture dah. So this is what the message that I'm trying to make it clear to you all. Bila nak buat micro credential ni, target group kena jelas siapakah mereka. Adakah mereka betul perlukan benda ni? Can we sell our micro credential program or not? Otherwise, you will be investing a lot of time and cost, and then finally no takers. No takers, then you might as well buka jadi MOOC. Okay lah juga kan, dapatlah pahala. But here I always mention that micro credential is for profit. MOOC should remain free forever. So we are doing both lah. We are doing both. Dan kita harus buat kedua-duanya. So yang lain-lain macam mana? Rakan-rakan, sahabat-sahabat kita, is it very clear to you all? Don't reserve any don't be shy. Just ask anything on micro credential so that after this you can talk about it because you really understand, the small thing tu macam mana nak buat itu the how to tu anytime bila kita buat bengkel je we can address all this. Jangan risau yang the how to tu, selalu kita risau sangat benda-benda yang kecil-kecil macam ni sampai akhirnya kita rasa taklah nak buat, tak boleh buat lah, banyak sangat dah punya ni, you never get started because you get overwhelmed too early.
Okey, mungkin kita buka untuk satu soalan lagi. Mana kan dah 12.30.
I'm okay on my side, okay. Because really I want to give this opportunity
Assalamualaikum.
for you to ask question ya. Waalaikumsalam ya, Dr. Namala.
Saya nak tanya berkenaan dengan bagaimana strategi dari pihak USM sendiri untuk memperkasakan subjek-subjek untuk micro credential ni.
Memperkasakan subjek-subjek.
bagaimana kaedah pihak USM sendirilah untuk menghasilkan micro credential ni lah.
Well, kita ada tadi yang saya sebut success factor itu, jawatan kuasa micro credential. Jadi jawatan kuasa ini menetapkan bahawa contohnya setiap PDJ perlu mengenal pasti satu program akademik sama ada undergraduate atau postgraduate, masters sebagai untuk dibangunkan sebagai micro credential. So kita empower kepada PDJ lah untuk decide. Dan kita juga menggalakkan mereka membangunkan micro credential program bagi non-academic program. Yeah? Non-academic program for professional development and also for personal development. So the empowerment is given. Universiti tidak menetapkan, okay, you kena buat program ni, you kena buat program ni. Kita cuma menetapkan bahawa by 2021 contohnya, kita nak roll out X number of module. Minimum setiap satu PTJ perlu ada satu program. Tapi kita serahkan kepada PTJ untuk decide sama ada is a bachelor program ataupun postgraduate program atau undergraduate program. Ataupun ada juga school PTJ di USM yang dia start dulu dengan professional development program, upskilling or reskilling, non-academic program. Ada juga. Contoh macam School of Pharmacy tadi tu, dia orang tak buat lagi on-academic program. Dia orang start dulu dengan non-academic for professional development. Mengapa? Sebab dia dah ada partner tadi tu. So, dia orang nak fokus dulu kepada buat micro-credential program yang memang dah ada partner, dah ada target group, dah memang boleh sell punya. Dan universiti melihat mana-mana PTJ yang very strong in research, publication dan sebagainya, so kita boleh kita compromise. Okay, since you are tak apa, tahun ni you tak buat academic program, you buat dulu CPD program untuk micro-credential. Tapi bagi school ataupun PTJ yang dia punya research, publication, dia punya apa semua not very strong. So school yang macam ini digalakkan untuk buat micro-credential bagi academic program. Tak ada alasan. Sebab you dekat sini dah tak kuat, sekarang you buat kat sini pula yang banyak. Supaya boleh balance dengan school lain yang dah memang contribute banyak daripada KPI dan sebagainya untuk publication. So we try to balance that and spread out the job. Ya. Jadi masing-masing ada menyumbangkan sesuatu kepada universiti. Macam tu. Jadi maknanya di Uniza, top management kena tengoklah the strength of each PTJ. Kemudian kena tetapkan the strategic intent tadi. Kemudian sit down dengan all the PTJ and decide, okay, this is our direction now. And these are the things that we want to achieve. Then let's operationalize it. Empower kepada semua PTJ untuk membuat pendekatan masing-masing. As long as the path has been set, the destination is clear. Boleh? Tadi Dr. Nomala Prof. Nomala. Okey kan?
Boleh, terima kasih. Ya.
Okey, terima kasih. Yang lain sini saya nampak ramai ni, Dr. Wahaizan, Dr. Dia Dalilah, Dr. Chin Ye Ying, Dr. Aung Mui, Dr. Ashila. Saya sebut jalan nama, saya nampak kat sini, saya sebutlah. So, apa pandangan masing-masing? Mungkin boleh bagi pandangan lah. Kalau tak ada soalan pun, rasa-rasa boleh buat ke, nak buat ke, ataupun macam mana. Atau masih lagi blur. Share lah sikit.
Anyone?
Or is it too much?
I think it's okay. Tapi Prof, satu daripada saya lah. bercakap tentang macam Prof Azizah kata tadi, it's better to unpack ataupun the credited program kan. Lepas tu Prof kata tentang thematic kan. So adakah contohnya dalam satu program ada mungkin 40 ke 50 kursus. So is it kita boleh pilih, maknanya mungkinlah okay, satu jabatan tu pilih okay, we choose three courses that we want to do micro credential. Kalau macam tu boleh ke Prof? Oh, it must be macam Prof kata kalau thematic, maknanya you need to categorize the courses first.
Dia mula-mula sekali dia kena jelas macam mana you nak unpack or unbundle kan tu. So katakan bila you dah pecahkan tu kepada katakan empat tema tu, kemudian daripada empat tu boleh pecahkan lagi macam kita tengok yang MMU punya example tadi tu. So bila yang itu yang paling kritikal sekali, yang paling jelas, yang paling penting untuk dipersetujui oleh the whole program lah, ya. Once that is agreeable, already agreed upon, then you boleh bahagi-bahagikan kerja. Mudah tau bila dah ada macam itu. Kalau kita tengok tadi macam MMU tadi kan, bila dia ada, pembahagian kerja pun mudah. Pembahagian kerja pun mudah dan you boleh pecahkan kepada fasa-fasa. Katakan untuk sekarang ni kita cerita pasal 2022 lah pula kan. We are in the last quarter of 2021. Tapi boleh bergerak sekarang. Tapi kita punya timeline, yang ni penting ni bila kita buat training dengan tim-tim micro credential ni, itu penting tu timeline tu. Ya. Timeline tu penting sebab kita nak jelas, okey. Biasanya bila saya minta setiap pasukan micro credential ni buat timeline, saya minta dia orang bahagikan kepada 4 quarter. Ya. Macam kita buat Gantt chart lah. Tapi bahagikan kepada 4 quarter. So quarter pertama apa? Quarter kedua nak capai apa? Quarter ketiga nak capai apa? Quarter 4 nak capai apa? Jadi bila kita buat timeline tu, di situlah kita asasnya adalah kepada yang tadi yang kita dah package-kan tadi tu. So mungkin first quarter kita fokus dulu kepada package 1. Dalam tu ada 20 modul kita nak bangunkan. Siapa yang nak buat 20 modul ni? So kita dah bagi dah bagi-bahagikan kerja. Atau boleh juga dia berlaku di mana kita kuarter 1 ni kita nak buat 4 package. Tapi dalam 4 package ni kita bangunkan mungkin 2 modul setiap satu. Pun boleh juga. Boleh macam tu. Asalkan setiap satu modul tu yang kita bangunkan tu dia standalone dan dia dah mapkan dengan the whole program outcome. So bila kita macam sekarang dekat USM saya minta banyak school, saya kata you bangunkan sekurang-kurangnya beberapa modul dulu daripada the whole package yang you telah unpackkan tadi tu. Sebab saya nak kejar masuk. Saya nak minta dia orang masuk ke dalam e-gratis punya platform tadi tu. By end of this year. Sebab next year dia orang nak roll out pada premium program tu. So kita nak capture yang tu untuk income generation. So dia orang mungkin akan bangunkan 2-3 modul, tapi dia orang dah tahu modul ni is a subset of the bigger one. Dia dah tahu yang ini dalam package A, ini package B, package C, package D. So tengok yang tadi MMU tu ni sebagai contoh. Itu contoh yang bagus tu yang MMU buat tu. Ya, nampak dia punya the whole thing tu. Jadi kat situ senang bila kita dah buat macam tu. Kita nak bahagi-bahagikan kerja pun senang. You boleh outsource juga. Ya. In fact, kita macam tadi saya kata, kita tak perlu buat seorang. Kita tak perlu buat Uniza saja buat. You boleh pakat dengan UMK contohnya, yang neighbor yang dekat kan. Ataupun dengan universiti lain. Okey, kata kita nak develop satu program, dekat UMK pun ada program yang sama. Contoh macam food. Saya tahu food ada di UMK, ada di Uniza. Food pun ada kan Uniza kan?
UMT ada, Prof. Uniza ada. Uniza ada.
Dekat-dekat pun ada program yang sama. So, itu contoh lah. So, pakat-pakat. Why not kita pakat? So, dia jadi macam konsortium lah. konsortium lah. Okay, kita bangunkan program ni. So, kita duduk sama-sama, brainstorm macam mana cara kita nak unbundlekan tadi. Okay, why not you ambil ni, I ambil ni, kita bangunkan. Jadi dah ringan sikit kerja tu. So, bila kita offer nanti, yang mana student ambil modul daripada UMK dah dapat. Yang mana ambil daripada Uniza dah dapat. Tapi oleh sebab dia telah dimapkan dia punya program outcome, the credit transfer boleh berlaku dengan mudah. Boleh. Itu boleh. Ada macam-macam cara. Kita kena work smart here. If you want to roll out micro-credentials, tak nak sampai tunggu hujung tahun depan baru keluar. Katakan you aim the second quarter of next year. The first batch akan keluar. Kalau the second quarter next year tu pada saya reasonable. Ya. Kalau the first quarter next year tu tough juga. Ya, tapi bergantung pada jenis-jenis modul yang dibangunkan. Tapi kena bergerak daripada sekarang. Maknanya selepas ini dia tak boleh nak buying time lagi dah. Kalau betul-betul nak buat, dia kena bergerak terus. If you are buying time, then you will have that the lag period tu. Orang microbiology tahu kan. The lag period tu dipanjang. Ya. So kemudian nak sampai kepada exponential period tu lama lagi. Takut dia lag period tu, the sleeping time tu terlalu lama.
Prof,
Ya.
satu lagi nak tanya. So assessment semuanya totally online lah kan? Maknanya untuk accreditation program semua tu, ada tak yang macam mana pelaksanaan DSM?
Bergantung pada jenis kursus, jenis program atau jenis kursus. Kalau macam management, School of Management yang program yang nak buat ni, yang itu mainly online. Mainly online, the assessment and so on. Tapi exam kita boleh buat exam kita boleh buat proctored exam. Kita boleh buat dekat site-site kita yang ada lah. Sebab exam perlu, sekarang ni kita tak ada cara lagi. Kalau nak compliance kan. Walaupun sekarang ni kita boleh buat dengan online waktu pandemik ni. Tapi masih banyak isu kan. So kita nak pastikan betul ni what we have in mind. Mungkin exam kita still buat proctored exam, tapi kita boleh buat beberapa kali setahun. Dan kita boleh split over site-site kita. Macam USM ada banyak site kan. Di apa ni, sebab kita ada PJJ kan. So yes, kalau program yang berbentuk ada practical, ya, hands on, so mungkin 80% daripada itu boleh buat online, 20% student kena come on site untuk buat practical ke ataupun kalau dia ada panggil tu internship ke apa ke. So kita tengoklah yang mana, kalau yang mana knowledge based, kita boleh buat online assessment semua. Yang mana hands on dan critical skill, contoh macam medical. So you cannot do online untuk assessment. You kena tunjukkan betul-betul you boleh buat whatever kan. But the critical skill, so maybe board of medical pun tak akan recognize tu. Engineering pun sama juga. Itu isu micro-credential ni. Tapi mereka masih lagi melihat ni. They still study. Macam EAC and so on, mungkin orang tak boleh tak terima. Cuma mungkin orang boleh terima on the theoretical part. Yang lain-lain tu dia kata no. So maybe at the moment, maybe kalau nak buat pun, kalau dia orang nak recognize pun mungkin 50% daripada keseluruhan program. So I'm talking about yang ada board lah, yang ada board punya ni, EAC, medical.
Kalau yang macam CPD for nurses tadi, Prof, dari segi assessment?
Yang tu kita online.
Online?
Yes. Itu online.
Layan tu ya?
Itu saya tak pasti sama ada, sebab diorang rancangan 18 modul, tapi yang baru buat 7. Mungkin diorang fokus dulu kepada 7 modul ni yang mudah dibuat yang hanya memerlukan online. Mungkin yang the rest of the module tu mungkin ada yang hands on juga kot saya rasa. So buat 7. 7 tu pun setahun lebih juga nak siap tu.
Semua in-house, Prof.
Semua in-house. Dan depa sendiri yang bangunkan konten, depa lah subject matter expert. Tapi they take quite long time tu sebab dia orang punya skill masa tu very low lah. Tapi sekarang ni selepas dah satu cycle dah habis ni, saya percaya the next cycle dia nak buat modul nanti akan lebih cepat lah. Dia permulaan aja lah. Memang I want to tell everyone here ya, yang mana yang nak melibatkan diri dalam micro credential ni, yang mana apa ni, memang banyak masa. Walaupun you ada skill, dia memerlukan banyak masa nak bangunkan satu ya. Tapi kalau kita gigih, insya-Allah ya, tak mustahil ya.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Soalan saya satu lagi, Prof.
Ya,
Okay,
ya.
in terms of QMS, Quality Management System, okay. So that one memang aspect, for instance, dari segi assessment, monitoring, review,
Ya, ya.
whatever improvement, that one should be taken by COR and then coordinate by, for instance, in UNIZA by Comel, or dekat USM tu, is it under your what we call CDE, Center of Development and Academic Excellence, CDE?
Ya.
Because of I think because of the learners is online learners, so for me quite difficult to manage the QMS lah. Itu dari segi monitoring, especially development, monitoring, review, improvement, whatever, what we call it QMS. In the whole terms we call it QMS, Prof.
Yes. Kalau di USM ni, anything yang melibatkan the compliance punya audit tu, yang itu kami punya pusat quality. Yang itu normal one. Ya. Kemudian anything
Pusat
yang
quality,
berkait dengan
pusat quality. It's not under your center, Prof?
No. Itu under different center. So anything yang berkaitan dengan compliance dan audit dan sebagainya tu depa akan ni, dan itu proses yang biasa. Bagi program yang sama yang telah ada micro credential punya ni, so on the micro credential punya ni, yang tu kami tengok sebab kita nak more on focus on the online assessment, online activities dan sebagainya, dan student learning time dan sebagainya, memenuhi comply juga dengan keperluan yang apa ni. So kita membantu dari segi inilah yang anything aspek-aspek online itu. Yes, dan yes, perlu ada sedikit pengubahsuaian dari segi quality management tu sebab tapi dia tambah je lah. dia complement saja, supplement daripada yang existing punya dengan yang online punya tu. Dia punya guideline dan sebagainya. Tambahan je. Saya nampak ada soalan dalam chat.
Target group, does the market group can be international, Prof? Or better specific on local? How do we identify the right target group? The micro-credential module, is there guideline or references?
Ideally, bila kita introduce, develop kita punya micro-credential ni, target group kita tu kalau boleh, biarlah menjangkau global. Jadi kita punya market tu, orang kata, volume dia tu potentially is besar. Kalau you punya market Malaysia je, okey lah. Macam kami kan, kami target yang tadi untuk nurses tadi tu 100,000. 100,000 tu pun sebenarnya dah besar. 100,000 dekat Malaysia je. Bayangkan macam tadi saya bagi contoh lah, satu modul RM50. 100,000 orang ambil dah berapa? Dia ambil 7 modul lagi, berapa kali 7 lagi. Itu pun dah huge. Tetapi kemudian nanti kami memang bercadang untuk memasarkan modul-modul tersebut juga ke Indonesia. Kemudian kita boleh buat yang dalam bahasa Inggeris atau terletak subtitle. Kita nak memasarkan modul itu kepada nurses di Filipina dan sebagainya. Berperingkat lah. Tapi kalau you dah buat siap-siap, the same module can serve the global audience as well as the local audience. Why not? Barulah lagi bagus, ya. So how do you identify? It depends on the nature and the type of module yang you bangunkan, ya. Kalau macam saya punya modul tadi tu, skill based, macam mana ajar orang macam mana nak buat training modul. Contoh yang modul saya share tu micro credential module tu, kan? Itu saya bangunkan menggunakan Google Site. So saya dah banyak saya memang suka sangat Google Site untuk bangunkan teaching module dan training module, sebab saya boleh buat dalam waktu 1 jam pun saya dah boleh siap dah, dan saya boleh update anytime, kan. So saya fikir bagus juga kalau saya ajar orang macam mana nak buat module based on my experience, kan. Of course dia orang boleh pergi ke YouTube, tapi YouTube kadang-kadang dia orang kena carilah video-video yang berkaitan, buat satu playlist kadang-kadang tak lengkap. Dan juga bila dia orang dah habis tengok video tu, dah dapat skill, dah boleh buat teaching module atau training module dengan Google Site, dia orang dah ada skill tapi tak dapat recognition. Macam ni YouTube tak bagi sijil, YouTube tak bagi ini. Jadi elok juga kalau dia ambil saya punya modul. Tapi modul ini atau skill ini is a generic skill, bukan hanya terhad kepada orang Malaysia saja. So bila saya buka, orang daripada seluruh dunia pun boleh ambil. Jadi bergantung jenis skill, generic ataupun spesifik. Hanya misalnya food, you punya food science people offer macam kaedah membuat tempe. Kemungkinan besar yang berminat hanya orang Malaysia je lah. Orang Indonesia mungkin tak minat sebab mereka lagi handal buat tempe. Orang luar negara mungkinlah ada sikit-sikit yang minat nak buat tempe, mungkin tak ramai lah. So always think about the volume, the market, ini all the marketing aspect lah. Tempe tadi mungkin bukan satu contoh yang baik lah, tapi hanya sebagai ilustrasi, ya, illustration. Alright.
Alright, so saya rasa itu sampai di situ sajalah Prof, ya, soalan sebab memandangkan sudah pukul 1. So mungkin saya minta Prof lah untuk buat satu closing lah, rumuskan dan mungkin what's your aspiration lah about micro credential in the future dan juga advice untuk kami di Uniza.
So my last remark here is call to action lah. Call to action, CTA. Kalau dalam marketing ni dipanggil CTA, call to action. So saya ingin menyerulah semua sahabat-sahabat di Uniza ini untuk memulakan langkah untuk bukan saja dalam micro credential ni secara spesifik, tetapi online education ini. To me, online learning, online education is no longer an option. Walaupun kita dah kembali kepada keadaan so-called normal nanti, kita boleh buat blended learning dengan lebih bermakna lagi dengan ilmu yang kita dapat, kemahiran yang kita dapat daripada online ini. Tetapi yang saya nampak sekarang ni, peluang, ya. Tadi saya kata low hanging fruits tadi. Mungkin many of our colleagues here, you are not aware sangat, tak terasa sangat tau. Mengapa micro credential ni macam orang duk cakap selalu ni, kan. Macam saya terasa sebab saya tahu, because I'm in the thick of the action. Saya involved dengan berbagai dengan sekarang ni, dengan HRD Corp, dengan Pekeso, dengan MDEC, CIDB, all private universities, big one, apa lagi, bank negara, banyaklah. Saya sekarang ni memang tak larat kadang-kadang. So bila saya dah terlibat dengan mereka semua ni, saya nampak wow, everyone is now moving into this micro-credential. And there's so much opportunity there. Contoh ya, macam Pekiso, Pekiso. Satu ni. Allah Akbar, saya lupa. So bila ditunjukkan, oh we have this program. Tapi kami nak mencari universiti-universiti yang boleh bangunkan program ni, micro-credential ni untuk kami. So they are looking tau. But sebenarnya macam Pekiso apa semua ni, dia orang nak program-program micro-credential ni. Tapi siapa yang boleh offer? Jadi peluang in terms of income generation tu. And then also just like MOOC, micro-credential ni juga akan membantu universiti untuk visibility of your program, visibility of the institution, and your own visibility. Yeah, UMT a few weeks ago I talked about branding, visibility, branding, and positioning, academic branding. So micro-credential and MOOC or online ni is a very powerful tool untuk branding. Jadi dan to make your work visible, to make yourself visible, to make your program visible. Jadi my final word, saya ingin menyuruh semua jangan put your serious thought on online education, online learning, micro-credential, especially for income generation to help the university to generate income, your contribution there. Satu lagi saya lupa mention ya, ada banyak spin-off daripada micro-credential ni. Apa spin-off? Hasil sampingan. You buat satu modul, you put a price there, you can generate income from there. Hopefully university will give you a nice portion. Income generation. Kalau kami USM Research University, kita ada Myra. You all, I don't know whether you all pun ni juga Myra kan? So for Myra, kalau you each module can generate 20k revenue, you dah boleh claim sebagai commercialized product. So dapat claim, dapat masuk di bawah Myra punya KPI as commercialized product. 20k je. Good micro-credential, nak dapat 20k tak susah. Sekejap je. Itu satu modul. Kalau you ada 10 modul, 10 commercialized product. Kalau itu under you punya ni, can go under your own name. Commercialized product. School dapat, TTJ dapat, universiti dapat. Myra, markah, rencana naik. The same module, you boleh apply for copyright. Register for copyright. Dapat IP pula. So, dapat income generation, dapat commercialized product, satu KPI, dapat IP in the form of copyright. Then, additional visibility, branding, positioning, dan macam-macam lagi. So, banyak hasil daripada satu modul micro-credential itu. Ramai orang tak sedar yang ini. Of course, dapat kemahiran yang dapat digunakan untuk meningkatkan kualiti pengajaran dalam online dan sebagainya. So, hari sekali marilah kita bersama-sama. Jangan kita ketepikan dan kita put our attention and help the university on micro-credential, and Malaysia will be the up there in terms of online education. Sekian, terima kasih.
Okay, terima kasih Prof Karim dari USM. Ya, dan saya mewakili dari Pusat, mewakili Comel dan juga pejabat TNCA cukup berbesar hatilah atas masa dan juga ilmu yang telah Prof kongsikan kepada kami, dan insyaAllah we will keep in touch with you, Prof, untuk pastikan bahawa, sebab bila Prof beritahu tentang micro-credential ni, dia tak boleh kita just kita buat because other universiti pun nak buat, tak. It involve tedious process from the beginning till the end lah. So, dan dia melibatkan, saya rasa penting untuk penubuhan mungkinlah jawatankuasa ataupun tim yang boleh sama-sama bantu di peringkat top dan juga di peringkat setiap fakulti, insyaAllah. So, sekali lagi Prof, terima kasih, dan juga kepada semua peserta, ya, sahabat daripada Uniza. Terima kasih juga di atas kesudian untuk bersama-sama pada hari ini dan juga perkongsian daripada beberapa sahabat tadi, ya. Terima kasih, dan juga kita banyak mendapat pencerahan yang mungkin kita tidak selama ni, it just lingering through our mind sahaja. So hari ini kita dapat further justification and clarification on certain issues, dan insyaAllah saya harap kita akan ada lagi sesi seterusnya bersama Prof Karim, dan juga in terms of mungkin lepas ni bila Uniza sudah praktis dan kita boleh tengok sejauh mana kita nak bergerak lagi lepas ni, insyaAllah. So saya rasa itu sahaja daripada saya, dan juga take care Prof. Thank you so much. Hope to see you again back very soon. Yeah, we will keep update you about our progress, insyaAllah, from time to time. Dan itu sahaja daripada saya. Terima kasih. Kita
Gambar sekali ni, Datuk.
Oh ya, yeah, kita ambil group picture. Sorry. Saya minta semua sahabat buka kamera, ya. Kita take photo sekejap.
Semua dah nak kena pergi masak kot ni. Orang nak kena masak ni, yang mana apa ni? Duduk kat rumah macam tu kan, kena masak. Atau order ya, kau order Grab. Order panda.
Masuk kedai je, Prof.
Masak kedai je ya.
Masuk kedai je, dia kedai je.
Saya tak apa, lepas ni sekarang saya turun dah terhidang dah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, saya pergi one by one, ya, by page, by. Okay, boleh buka kamera lagi? Yang lain ada buka kamera?
Kamera saya dah boleh, tu boleh tu. Allah.
Saya tengok Prozah ni, mana Prozah ni?
Ya.
Okay, boleh. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, itu saja. Okay, terima kasih semua. Jumpa lagi. Assalamualaikum. Terima kasih Prof, insyaAllah.
Terima kasih Prof.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, boleh scan QR code dengan maklum malas, ya, untuk
Jazz nampak lagi dah dang lagi.
saya pun baru nak scan, ya. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, terima kasih.